All right, everyone, welcome. It is Tuesday, December 8th, 2020, and you're with the Athens-Clarke County Mayor and Commission for our regularly scheduled work session, where we have about 5 items for discussion, and no action will be taken on those items tonight. And then we will also hold a special called session tonight to appropriate some funds that we've received through the Federal CARES Act. We're going to go ahead and begin with Manager Williams, who has been providing a monthly update on our general COVID-19 response. So, Manager Williams, I'll go ahead and turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Commission and general public. I do want to give a brief COVID-19 update, and we do have a guest star tonight, Dr. Erin Lipp. Hopefully will be joining us to talk a little bit about her research and answer any questions that you have about that, about the good work they've been doing as well. I know she was having some audio problems, and I'll go ahead and start, and when she joins us, we can get her plugged in. I'll share my screen. Just a few things for tonight. Want to review some of the data, not only from the state and Clarke County and our employees, but also Dr. Erin Lipp provide an update on enforcement activities, community support activities, some of the work, remote learning and after-school programming, some updates on indigent services funding and CARES Act funding, and an update on business support activities. With respect to the state and county data, let me do this again. Sorry, y'all. Okay, so here's the DPH website, and this is all of Georgia here, and you can see the trend. Y'all are familiar with this type of thing, and we can see that spike that's happening as a result. Sorry, that's in the way. Post-Thanksgiving. Closer to home here in Clarke County, you can see our figures here, and so we do have a spike developing here, not as accentuated than perhaps some of our neighbors, and I'd urge you to go in and kind of scroll around and look at some surrounding counties. Given our trends aren't quite as exaggerated, it doesn't mean that we're not subject to those, and we could very well be on the cusp of a big surge here, and we can talk more about some enforcement activities. Yes, sir.
Could you click on Jackson County real quick while you have it up? Because I know they just closed their schools. Yeah, wow. Thank you.
Jackson County's bad.
Barrow County is also pretty, and y'all, and using the DPH website, you can see the gradations of color here. The darker the color, I think the more, the higher rate of cases in the last 2 weeks there. So, all right, that was the state website real time. Let me see, is Dr. Lipp, has she joined us?
There she is. I see her on there.
Okay. I'm going to go on and go to, let's see.
I'm here. I'm still having a little bit of hard time hearing, but are you ready for me?
Yes. Thank you. You can go
All
ahead
right,
and share your screen, Dr. Lipp. And while you're sharing your screen, I'll just for the public's benefit, and so Dr. Erin Lipp from the University of Georgia had begun some wastewater surveillance for SARS-CoV-2. Earlier this year, the Mayor and Commission, myself, we learned of the research being done, and at the Mayor and Commission's urging, I reached out to Dr. Lipp to see if there was anything we could do to help. And as it turns out, we were able to provide some funding to help augment and continue her research, which we feel like very pertinent to what's going on here in Athens-Clarke County, and not given to, it is a pure picture of what we can expect to happen. It's not given to people deciding to or not to get tested. So I'm excited for her and appreciative that she's joining us tonight to share her research with you.
I couldn't hear. Are you ready for me? I'm sorry. I'm having a really hard time hearing a lot of the audio.
Yes, the good news is we can hear you just fine, so please go ahead.
Okay, I'll go ahead and start sharing.
Can't see anything yet.
Sorry. I think I've had to reconnect again.
And Aaron, are you able to go ahead? Sorry. She's going to come back. She's signed off. There she is.
Okay.
Excellent. We can see
Okay,
you.
that's better, and I can hear a little bit better now. I'm not sure what was going on. All right. So it's not letting me share my screen yet. I apologize.
Can we get the presentation sent and maybe Blaine could share it, or do you have it, Blaine?
I did share. Yeah, I'm having. It's not letting me share on my end for some reason. I apologize.
Blaine, do you want to try and share it from your end?
Absolutely.
I just tried to make Aaron presenter. So Aaron, it may now let you.
Okay. Yeah, it seems to be an issue on my end. It's giving me some kind of firewall problem.
If you'll just email it to me, I'll post it for you.
Okay, I did. I emailed it earlier, so you should have it in your inbox.
None of us are going to know what to do when we actually hang out in the same room, gather around a screen together again.
I refuse. I'm never going back.
Can
I'm
you
in sweatpants right
now. I can resend it. Yes.
Yeah. Well, let me go ahead and do this while we get that put together. Josh, would you mind going ahead and sharing the employee exposure report, please?
Sure. So this is something we've started sharing the last couple of work sessions. We're in week 38 of our COVID response. And over these 38 weeks, we've been very, very focused on employee safety and protocols. And so one thing we've done is measured the number of employees that have been exposed on a weekly basis. So we wanted to again share this chart with you. You don't get the sense on the chart as it's a little bit squeezed, but over the last 3 weeks, we've seen very similar numbers and exposures. So this past week ending on Friday, we had a total of 15 employee exposures. And the weeks prior to that were 17 and 18 individually. So we have seen a plateau in the total number. The week before that, we were in the 7 range. And so we have seen a jump. but what we haven't seen is a spike or even a significant increase like we've seen in our community numbers. So what we're expecting is we are expecting this to increase next week. We don't know what degree, but we're watching this very closely to see if our numbers are starting to jump like those in the community and those in the state. And based on that information and how we see this this change in the coming weeks, we'll be making decisions and rolling out more information to employees. But so far, we've seen a level number of exposures. I think what's important to remember is, the total number of current cases is 25. However, in a given week, some of those cases roll over, so that's why the difference between the two lines. I also want to share that of those 25 current cases, just because an employee's been exposed doesn't mean they're positive. Of those 25, I think currently 6 are confirmed positive having COVID-19. So that's the update.
I have a quick question. Josh, is there evidence of employees becoming infected on the job, or are these extracurricular infections and they just happen to work for Athens-Clarke County?
That is something. So as we get an exposure report into our risk management division in HR, they do contact tracing, and they are reaching out to potential employees that have been exposed based on what they learn from the employee. And so what we've found in general is that these are exposures that are happening outside of work. We have had cases where there are exposures at work. We haven't seen significant numbers of those, and when they do happen, what we're seeing is that there's not a ton of transmission of COVID-19, but people are forced to quarantine because they've been exposed. Mm-hmm. And so that does impact operations if it's something like the fire department where people are in close quarters. And so depending on the exposure, we might have a lot of employees in quarantine, but we haven't seen a huge number of employees contracting COVID-19 in the workplace. We are following up and learning in each instance if it's been at home or at work, and so that is a question we look into. But we're not seeing any trends that show that. Now, if we do start to see that, then we'll definitely make a lot of changes.
So, are employees are they being made aware that they really need to keep their face coverings on in shared spaces, even if they're in there alone, like public restrooms and break rooms, because of the lingering aerosols? Is that being hammered home to our employees? I personally know at least 3 people who believe they were infected in empty rooms. Is that being communicated? Hello? Did I lose you? All right, my audio just went out.
I don't see Josh on the screen anymore either.
On my screen.
Josh?
Can y'all hear me?
I hear you, Blaine.
Yeah. Josh is trying to reconnect. Yes, in fact, we were discussing internally. So the way that our current policy is for, if you're in a common area, or walking to the restroom or in the restroom, you need to have a mask on, and that's what in our level 3 policy. And we are looking at the most recent CDC guidance to see how that, how our policy stacks up against that. And I'd like to talk to our epidemiological group and get some further insights from them as well, and let science drive our policy.
I have a follow-up question from Melissa's, if that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you might, or Josh or whoever's might be going to talk about this later, but do we see any concentrations in particular departments, or is this kind of all over the place?
Yeah, in general, and I can answer that question. I'm back here. Sorry about that. In general, we are seeing it in our larger departments that are having higher numbers, like our sheriff's department, police department, public utilities, fire, and transit. So at this point, it is in the larger departments. But if you do kind of do that comparison, based on the total number of employees, we're not seeing a huge difference. We are, I think the more important question in terms of the confirmed positives, are we seeing any trends there in terms of our departments? And so again, those fall very much in line with our bigger departments that I just listed. So those that have had more cases are having more positives. And so at this point, that's kind of what we're seeing.
Well, I guess I would assume that larger departments you'd have more cases. I guess, do we know on a per head basis whether there are certain departments that have been disproportionately impacted? Are they ones that are disproportionately interacting with members of the public, or those kinds of things? And I'm assuming with larger departments, there's been less of an interruption of work flows or work issues. But have we noticed anything like that?
That was a question that we do monitor, and it would only be disproportionate. So it doesn't. There's not a grouping of them in any one department. And as you would imagine, there are more in larger departments. At one point, Commissioner Harrod had the same question. Could we come up with a data point that would help us to understand that? And obviously, with much smaller departments, even having one would skew that. So the good news is that there doesn't seem to be a pattern or an inherent danger with being in one department over the other. And I think overall we fared pretty well, which I want to give a credit to not only the guidance y'all have given, but also our employees and their discipline. Okay. I also wanted to show this. This is a dashboard from our Geographic Information Office, which has been there. We shared it some months ago, but want to make sure you were aware of this and our public as well. You can see at the bottom the link there, and I can send that out to you. But it's an assembly of various data points that you might find interesting. And you can see here number of positive cases and deaths, and some of the information from our enforcement, which I'll go over here. And we felt like, early on, especially with some of the impacts on the animal shelter, we wanted to let you know what was going on out there as well. So this is a quick and easy thing to get up-to-date information on various data points that are germane. And Dr. Lipp and I are still corresponding to get the presentation. So I'm going to move on to enforcement. Then we'll talk about mask and then bar occupancy. And with bar occupancy, in the 2 weeks reported here, there were about 145 bar occupancy checks, as you can see. And there were additional, these 145 bring the total to date to over 1,000. So our officers are out there and they are checking. With enforcement for face mask, just in the 2 weeks in November, shown here and before Thanksgiving, almost 1,500 face masks were issued and almost 1,200 for non-compliance. And if you'll remember, the state law or the executive order is that you have to issue a warning. And what we're finding is as soon as an officer warns somebody to put a mask on, and of course our officers have one to offer, those folks then comply. We have had some non-compliance, and you can see those here as well.
Can I ask a question about that?
Sure.
Is there any way of holding establishments accountable if there's an especially large number of people being non-compliant, not wearing masks, and needing to be issued those warnings? Because it seems to be that there are problems with a lack of mask wearing in some places much more than others.
Well, it brings up a great point, Commissioner. And early on in the pandemic, we all read stories about, store clerks, trying to ask people to politely wear masks and then refusing to do so. So really, and I would defer to the attorney or others or the state for the guidance on this, but we don't currently, I don't think there's a mechanism by which we can cite an establishment for a patron not choosing to obey the law. So the compliance that we have here, the bar compliance that we have pointed to earlier, has to do with the numbers of folks and the occupancy.
And remember, the governor's order has a big giant loophole in it where any private establishment can choose to opt out of a local mask ordinance. So a lot of bars downtown specifically have signage posted saying that they do choose not to comply with our local ordinance.
Well,
thank you.
All right. Well, I'm going to stop right there and turn it over to Dr. Lipp because she is ready, and we have a presentation here for her to share.
So thank you. And you would think at 9 months into this, I would be done with technical difficulties and doing a remote presentation, but thank you for bearing with me. And thank you to Manager Williams and all the commissioners and mayor for supporting this work. And I'm excited to tell you a little bit more about what we've been doing. So we've been engaged in wastewater-based testing in Athens-Clarke County since the middle of June. It's really ramped up since November. But just to give you a little bit of overview about what we're doing and its relevance, we started doing this work as many other municipalities have done across the world because the virus that causes COVID-19 can be shed in feces of both asymptomatic and symptomatic patients and at relatively high rates. So that means that viruses are flushed into sewer lines and make their way to wastewater treatment plants where we can detect it in a at least human unbiased way. It basically represents a very large composite pool or a composite sample. So if anybody in the service area is flushing into that area, we in theory can detect it at a certain level. So we don't have the same bias that we have in terms of diagnostic or surveillance testing. We certainly have methodological biases, as everything does, but it's a complementary way to look at epidemic or outbreak dynamics. So the advantage is that we can look at a very large pooled sample over an entire population in a short amount of time. So I can go to the next slide. So just briefly, in terms of what we're doing, we collect samples from the influent of the 3 wastewater treatment plants in Athens. We're also piloting doing this work within sewer lines, so we access the lines from manholes. In the lab, we process samples to extract the viral RNA, and then we test that for 2 SARS-CoV specific genes. We use the N1 and N2 gene. This is the same diagnostic test that the CDC uses in clinical cases. From that, we determine a concentration, so the viral copy number per liter of sewage, and we estimate this concentration based on both of these gene targets. Then we determine a total load for each plant, and that's the way we collect the samples from the plants. It's a 24-hour composite sample, so we know the total amount of water that's come into the plant over that time. So we take our concentration and multiply it by the number of gallons or liters of water that have come into the plant. So it gives us a total load for that particular day. After we have the data, we post the wastewater treatment plant data publicly, which I think many of you have seen. And then the new sewer line data that we've been collecting is reported directly to Manager Williams. I can go to the next one. So this is just an update. This is the information that's now included on our public-facing page, and I just wanted to sort of go over what we found recently. There's been a few changes in terms of how we're presenting the data. We were finding that it was very confusing to the public and to us to present both the estimates from the 2 different genes that we target. So after doing a lot of analysis, we felt comfortable in averaging these 2. So what you see now is an average of the 2 gene targets that we're using. The top chart here is a trend line analysis that we use. So the individual dots show you the total load. So this is for all 3 plants. The load is, so it's a composite load, all of them together. The line that you see is a trend line analysis. So it's not just connecting the dots, it's trying to estimate what the true value is. It has some biases in it. So you'll see at the beginning, we go from basically very low level or non-detect to quite a high level with the broad reopening in early summer in Georgia. And then more recently, we've seen ups and downs. So I'll point out a few points that I like to show from this particular chart. Even though the trend looks like it's still going up with that mask ordinance, you see the individual points when Athens put in place its mask ordinance, the actual individual points in terms of the viral load actually declined through much of the summer. And according to the trend analysis, it remained mostly stable. Our levels started increasing in the sewage in early August, so a couple of weeks before UGA actually opened, which is that next dotted line that I show there. So this is probably indicating students moving in at the beginning of August as leases began. And you can see we reached our highest load levels there in late August and early September, which is coincident with the large outbreak that we had at the time of the UGA reopening. Since then, or after that, into September and October, our levels declined. We reached some of our lowest levels in late October, early November. Since then, we've been relatively stable. We had a pretty big increase 2 weeks ago, around the week of November 23rd. And then this past week, levels have started to actually taper off. It's easier to look at this in retrospect, but that increase, which was pretty substantial 2 weeks ago, basically preceded that uptick in cases that we've seen in Athens last week by about a week. I haven't gotten the data back yet from our sample that we took yesterday, so I'll be curious to see what it looks like. But hopefully it indicates that we're on a downward trend at this point. So, and then just
Dr. Lip.
Yeah.
What do you think explains the dip after that peak in September that we experienced? I mean, why did it go back down?
I honestly don't know. And I think this is one of those questions where I think it's going to be epidemiologists and probably health behavior scientists to understand that. My thinking is that the students who are going to tend towards risky behavior probably got sick. The ones that were worried about it may have taken extra steps at that point to make sure that they were not in an exposed situation. So I think there could have been some feedback in terms of what people were doing. It's not clear. To be honest, I think, and I always have this sort of gut feeling that after Labor Day, a lot of students went home since a lot of the classes ended up being online, whether officially or not. I certainly knew of anecdotes of students who basically went back to Atlanta and then just came back to Athens if they had a lab or an in-person class and then went back home again. I haven't seen any solid data to support that, so that's really just a hypothesis on my part.
There's some theory that some form of herd immunity was kind of reached particularly among the Greek student population, the population that was engaging in the riskiest behavior, and they don't really intermingle with, groups outside their own population. And, that peak almost entirely represents that particular population of UGA students.
Yeah, and I've wondered about that too. If you've reached some type of herd immunity with the group that's at highest, that we're engaging in riskiest behavior. Yeah, it's a good question. But certainly.
You think we'll ever know the answer?
Russell, one way to know the answer is to have all of these kids take antibody tests and analyze that data. If UGA were to require antibody tests for return to classes, we could learn a lot more about the trends of the way this virus has behaved among that population.
What do you think, Dr. Lip?
I think that there's certainly information to go back and look at. I mean, there's going to be issues with how you do it, but I think somebody could go back retrospectively and survey students. What were you doing? Did you get sick? Do you think you were exposed to somebody? I think my understanding is a lot of students have been hesitant to admit they've been exposed or to go get tested. So maybe after enough time passes, they may be willing to respond to anonymous surveys to perhaps get a better idea of what's going on. And, I think we've seen similar trends at other universities as well. So I think there may be some commonalities that we could at some point go back and try to investigate. I mean, for me, this was one value of having the sewage information, because I know all of us, me included, I shouldn't say all of us, many of us, including me, were really concerned that when those levels started coming down in September, that it was because students just stopped getting tested. And having the sewage data made me feel more comfortable that the levels actually were coming down.
Great.
Well, I think also it's important when we're looking at these data to not assume that any trend upwards or downwards is simply the result of students, because
Right.
this is water coming from everywhere throughout the community. So yes, students are going to have a significant impact on this, but they're not the only group contributing to sewage going through the system. So yeah, it's likely something to do with them, but it's not definitive proof. There could be other things going on that if we're being faithful and good scientists, we shouldn't simply dismiss out of hand.
No, that's absolutely true.
We were all using the toilet back in September. That's what you're saying, Commissioner?
Well, I don't know about you, but I was, yes.
All right, got it.
I think all of us have occasionally been full of, you know what.
Yeah. I think
And
that
students have been gone theoretically for a couple weeks.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think,
So
I'm
recent upward trends. Go ahead. Oops.
Oh, no, I was going to say, yeah, I think that August-September outbreak, I think, was pretty clearly related to the big population influx into Athens. It doesn't mean it was all students, but I think that was a pretty major event that caused that large uptick. The recent changes, though, are probably more likely to be community spread. Well, not that students aren't part of the community, but...
Yeah, I'm hearing anecdotes of an outbreak at the poultry plant. I have several constituents who've tested positive recently, who claim they were being careful. So there's definitely evidence of community spread, and it doesn't have anything to do with students at this point.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that we see. I mean, we have a persistent amount of viral spread going on right now.
Dr. Lipp, can I ask a question just about kind of when it would show up in your testing? Let's say I get sick and I, like Commissioner Herod, do use the toilet as well. How long after I've contracted the illness would it take for it to start showing up in samples of my wastewater? And then, at what point would it stop showing up, I guess, on the other end of that?
So it's a little bit variable. So about 60% of people who are infected actually shed virus at reasonable levels in their feces. So it's not 100% of people that shed in their feces. Usually people start shedding within, I think it's about 3 days of exposure. So you usually start shedding before you start being symptomatic. But it's similar if you got a surveillance or a diagnostic test. If you get tested too soon after your exposure, you're not necessarily going to see it because the virus has to replicate to high enough levels to be detectable. It usually tends to peak early in the infection, but it can be shed in feces for quite a while, even after you're no longer symptomatic. So in some cases, I've seen shedding for as long as 30 days. Those don't seem to be infective virus particles. They don't seem to be infective associated with sewage anyway. But that's been an interesting thing in terms of the dynamic is oftentimes the sewage will taper off more slowly than you would than you see in cases because people can still shed for a while.
Okay, yeah, I was kind of wondering how to integrate this with the data we're seeing for testing. And then am I also understanding that we'll probably see a spike in the wastewater? If we were anticipating a spike in testing of people, we'd probably see a spike in the wastewater by a day or two before that. Is that
so? Well, it depends on the way we're based on the way we've been testing the plants and the way that we're collecting the data, which is the day that the test is reported. It's been about a 7-day. On average, we see increases in wastewater, and then it's usually 7 to 10 days later that we tend to see the increases in cases. So that incorporates the lag in terms of when people are getting tested, the lag and the turnaround for getting the test results back.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
And thanks for doing this. I mean, I'm really excited that this data has been being collected here for so long. So
yes, and I hope that it's useful. It's and I'm always willing to take suggestions in terms of how it's presented as well.
All right, Dr. Lipp, you have anything else to present?
Oh, I got a few more things if you want to see it.
Yeah. Let's take a look.
This is just the trends for the 3 different plants. In case you're interested, I just wanted to point out that for this past week where we have data, the levels in the 2 largest plants, the North Oconee plant and the Middle Oconee plant, have declined, even though some of the trend lines are still increasing. But Cedar Creek has continued to increase. That's the plant on the east side. It's also our smaller plant. So one of the things what we're trying to do now is to get a better handle in terms of what's happening on a geographic spread between the different catchment areas. So we can, and one thing that we've noticed I don't have here is we tend to see cases increase around the North Oconee plant, and then it's generally followed by the Middle Oconee and Cedar Creek plant. If I can go to the next slide just to get through these quickly. One of the things that has been really helpful once we started working with Athens-Clarke County is to try to do a sub-sewer shed study. So this is really a pilot phase where we took 3 different manholes that were collecting sewage from 3 different levels. So this is all basically, so site A is at the intersection of Hoyt and Hull Street, which is upstream of site B, which is a manhole at Williams and Oconee Street. And you can see these are the collection areas. It gets larger, and then finally at Oconee Hill. So these are primarily collecting from areas of downtown. The Hoyt Hull Street is primarily collecting from Denny Tower and Bethel Homes. We weren't sure at what level we would be able to detect virus as we got smaller and smaller into the sub-sewer shed. So this is one of the reasons that we did this type of analysis. And if we can go to the next slide. And just to give you an idea of what it looks like, the 3 that are in line, A, B, and C there, these are the levels over the last 6 weeks. And you can see over the last 2 weeks especially, we've had levels that have been increasing in this area. And one of the things that's been good about this pilot study is using a pretty simple approach, a passive sampling approach, we're able to detect viruses even at a relatively small population size. So it means we're going to be able to go forward and look at more of these really small sewer shed areas to get a better idea of what may be happening at specific regions around Athens. Then this site Z is just one site on East Campus that collects from a large area of the South Campus of UGA. And I think that's the last slide. This is just overall what we've been seeing. We've got a pretty good correlation between our estimated viral loads and case data that we're seeing in Athens. We feel comfortable with our methods for detecting at these sub-sewer shed levels and giving us some ability to analyze trends on a geographic basis. And then we saw a pretty big spike increase in the sewage levels 2 weeks ago, and that seems to be declining as of last week. So
Dr. Lipp, I want to say thanks for this work, and it's been very helpful. When I saw your report a couple weeks ago, and it mentioned the spike in the sewage shed around Bethel and Denny Towers, I reached out to Athens Housing Authority, and sure enough, they did have an emerging outbreak at Denny Towers, which is a really vulnerable population. It's the public housing senior community. And we were able to get the mobile clinic over there testing last week. They tested, I think, close to 70% of the residents. And they've found a total of 5 cases.
Wow.
And there are a couple folks in the hospital, but they were able to detect some of these infections pretty early, and apparently folks are doing well.
That's good. Yeah, I mean, that's ultimately what, I'd like this data to be useful, and if it's actionable, that's even better.
Yeah, so they were able to get over there within a few days and get a lot of testing done. And, as we know, the earlier folks can get treatment, some of these therapeutic treatments are most effective in the very, very early days of the infection. So it looks like these folks who did require hospitalization, they're not in the ICU, and the outcome's looking good.
Good.
Andy had a question for Dr. Lipp.
I did. I also wanted to echo what Commissioner Houle and Commissioner Link said about thanking you for this work. I think it's really, really impressive and really needed. And I know it's kind of old-fashioned these days to base policy on science, but I'm glad that at least in this county we seem to do that. But I was wondering if you could go back, I think it's 2 or 3 slides to where you showed the 3 different, the Middle Oconee, North Oconee, the Cedar Creek plants.
Well, Dr. Lip, thank you. Thank you for your work, and thanks for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
Hey, Blaine.
Blaine, can you go back?
Yes.
Couple of slides
Maybe
to the
one.
3
I think
treatment facilities.
Yeah.
One more. Yeah, that
There
one.
we go.
Okay. So you said that there are asynchronous changes here. And I know that on the next slide you're talking about sub-sewer sheds, but have you been able to work with our public utilities people to see through the sewer system which neighborhoods are pumping into these 3 different these 3 different plants? That would then also give us some additional idea of where we need to be focusing some of our resources.
Yeah, so we've got a very detailed sewer shed maps for each of these water reclamation facilities, and Public Utilities has been phenomenal in helping us track all of this information down. Their GIS office has been super helpful. Yeah, so we have detailed maps that go with each of these water reclamation facilities. We're working with them right now on identifying sewer lines in each of the different catchment areas, so we can do some of the same type of work that we've done in the North Oconee area, which is on the downtown areas, and some of the other catchment areas as well, trying to focus on apartment buildings, public housing areas, where you generally have a larger population, that we would have a reasonable chance of detecting virus if it was being shed.
And Dr. Lip, if I might, just knowing where these sewer sheds are, and I imagine that since you're dividing the presence of the gene by the water flow, the North Oconee plant, as you mentioned, drains downtown, but also our industrial area. So you're going to get a higher flow there. Cedar Creek is virtually all residential. It's our smallest plant, but it doesn't have, it's located on the eastern side, as much commercial or industrial inflow. So I don't know how much of a bearing that has on things as well.
Yeah, that could definitely have an effect, and we're trying to keep all of those things in mind. The other issue that we've been pretty lucky in terms of our sampling, that we haven't had a lot of big rainfall, but last week, our sample was collected over that Sunday when it rained so much in Athens, and we definitely see inflow and infiltration issues that dilutes the sample.
Well, and just to follow up on what the manager said, and this is just a hypothesis, but given that the Cedar Creek plant is dealing mostly with residential and the others are dealing with a higher level of commercial and industrial, and assuming that most people use the toilet most of the time when they're at home, for the first 2, North Oconee and the Middle Oconee, a lot of that may be people that are they're coming into work and using the facility there, but the residential people are using the facility at home, maybe in the evening. And so I'm just kind of trying to think off. I mean, it's a little bit off the top of my head, but trying to think about what that might mean for as we move forward in terms of public health issues. That one is more likely to be the result of a fairly stationary population, and the other 2 may be the result of a more, within a 24-hour time period, a more transitory population of people coming to work, using the restroom at work, and then going home. Whereas for the Cedar Creek people, it's probably mostly people using the restroom at home. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and it's definitely, we need to take into account, human behavior issues. So some of the sewer line work will address some of that, because it's primarily going to target residential areas. But yeah, so even like the sample that we take on UGA's campus, it hits some residential, but there's a whole, behavioral psychological science about where people are choosing to use the restroom and what they're doing there, that it's not always consistent.
Mayor, I had a quick question if I could.
Yeah, go ahead, Tim.
Thanks for being here with us, Dr. Lip. And yeah, I'm down at the Council of Aging every Monday morning, so I've actually seen some of your workers, possibly you, at that sewage hole as I pull out of there and everything. I wanted to like cheer out the window, but it might scare somebody into it or something. I don't know. So, but my main question was, I know, and I appreciate these are definitely easier to read now. But for a while, y'all were showing the N1 and N2 gene, both, and I know whenever we first started doing this, they really seemed to be moving in parallel together, but then that wasn't happening as much. And I wonder if y'all ever kind of really figured out what that was, and if you could explain what it was, and then how you're getting this just now to one line instead of the two.
Yeah, it's a really good question. And this has been an issue for lots of us that are doing this type of work. Many people that are working in wastewater have preferred to use just the N1 gene. They felt that it has been a better performer than the N2. For our work, up until the last few weeks, we would have said N2 looked better than N1. But when we did our analysis, we couldn't really see that one was performing better than the other. I mean, they're targets on the same gene, but a lot of times we figure we're detecting viral RNA and not intact virus. So there may just be some issues in terms of how they're interacting with the sewage matrix. We went back and forth a lot with how to present this. We decided we didn't want to just go with one gene because we felt that having both of them was valuable. And we felt like, after looking at the data in many different ways, that averaging was probably the most conservative way to get an understanding of what was going on. It at least gives us a mix of both of the genes, so we're not biasing for one versus the other. There's been some interest in whether or not there's any sort of just random mutations in some of these gene targets, which is certainly possible. The N gene is known to have some random mutations. We're hoping to get some sequencing done of these to see if we've got a mutation that may be affecting the region that we're detecting with our assay. We don't know yet. That's probably going to be a couple of months before we can figure that out. But we're also working with, we're investigating all of the strains, the clinical strains that have been sequenced to see if we've got any regional issues with some mutations that might be affecting the assay.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Dr. Lip. We really appreciate your work, and we're really glad to be able to partner on this, and looking forward to the light down at the end of the tunnel.
Thank you all very much. I really appreciate your support as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, just to get just a few more slides here. Updating on community supports, the mass distribution. We have handed out close to over 80,000 masks, and you can see that most of those are delivered within a week or less. All of them are delivered within most of them are delivered within a week or less, and that not only redistribute them, but we're also going through partner organizations as well. Athens Eats Together is part of the resiliency package, and there's about 90,000 meals served. You can see the different types here, and the size of the household served really are 1 through 4, and you can see the average income line chart as well. There's some more data on the age of folks, the ethnicity of folks, and the race of people served through Athens Eats. Community Core update. They have advertised, collected applications, and interviewed for a coordinator, a crew leader, and 8 crew members. All that's been done. We're in the process of the hiring, and we believe formal work will begin in January with the Community Core. Remote learning and after-school program. And if you all remember, obviously, you gave about $400,000 or $500,000 through the resiliency package for our leisure services centers to help aid students that needed a place to have a virtual connection. That was called our remote learning program, and that dropped off with the return of in-person schooling in early November. But we still have folks coming, about 61 students. And then our after-school programming is serving about 88 students. And we will continue to build on those partnerships with the school district. Indigent services funding update. And so just for the public's benefit, This is different from the CARES Act funding, which I'll go over in a minute. Indigent services was through the resiliency package that the mayor and commission approved about $5.3 million on July 7th for community relief, and indigent services was part of that. There's been, and you'll hear more about that if you hang in tonight, about the how some of state law hinders us from providing direct relief with general fund dollars or local government dollars. But indigent services is allowed through state law. And so awards were given not long after the advent of the pandemic by the mayor and commission right out of the gate. And then we've tried to sustain funding across the year. These are on the far left are some of the organizations that have received the funding. You can see the award amount, and what you're most interested in probably is on the far right-hand side with the number of folks in households served. And these are for indigent definition there, not unlike a pauper, but these are folks, mostly homeless folks, homeless families, homeless persons that are being assisted here. Some work by EADC through their food distribution, Casa de Amistad, resource distribution as well, people living in recovery. CARES Act funding, this was federal dollars that were offered through the state that we drew down in August, and the mayor and commission approved an additional $5.2 million of those for community relief. And those funds, according to the CARES Act, need to be expended before December the 30th. And so we've got Advantage Behavioral here and Action Inc. And those contracts really didn't get August 11th. The mayor and commission approved the funding. We went into the contract mode, and so some of these organizations didn't get going until October. And so this time next month, when we look back at December, I think you'll see these numbers improve. But you can see here on the far right the percentage of goal met for the projected number. Some of our agencies are about to hit what they intended to hit, and some have exceeded it. So the Homeless Shelter, Land Trust, Nurses Clinic, Casa de Amistad again, rental assistance, financial assistance, indigent care. And just to draw a distinction, so I mentioned that the local government dollars with state law are for rental assistance. There's some legal considerations. The federal dollars aren't bound by that, and so we can use those in those fashion. EABC.
Blaine, I'm sorry. A quick question: is there a way we could get a follow-up report on? Because I see the goal met as percentage of projected number of households served. That's helpful, but it would be also helpful to see what percentage of the funding has been expended.
Absolutely, we can do that. Yeah. This is just limited for being able to display it, but yeah, we can.
Sure, definitely.
And then Habitat and the ARC as well. And you can see the far right, they're serving either at or beyond what they projected to serve. Salvation Army, Project Safe, Sparrow's Nest. And with the Athens Neighborhood Health Center, they should receive their funding, and within this month, this is to cover 1,000 COVID-19 tests. Neighborhood leaders, number of folks served by week in November, you can see there, they're averaging 500 plus a week. And the types of referrals, you can see over there. Food assistance, again, is the highest one, but they're, with COVID testing, financial assistance, and other referrals, there's a significant amount of folks being met.
Another question on that, and it's the same question I had the last COVID update with regards to potentially having a conversation with the neighborhood leaders about gaps in services. Because again, it looks like food assistance is the main kind of referral they're making. I was wondering if maybe we could have a work session or some other, maybe a joint meeting where we can discuss what, why these numbers are the way they are. Is food assistance so high because we have an abundance of opportunities of that sort in the community, whereas job referrals or legal assistance is harder to find? If they could perhaps be supported in other ways of connecting people to resources that are perhaps not being that are not as common among the referrals they make currently, just because there might be a lack of awareness of what services are available, or just to figure out what we can do to help make sure folks are getting the array of needs that they have met, not just food assistance.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And resulting positive outcomes is where a connection was made. And we can definitely do that, Commissioner Parker. I think it's an excellent idea. Some of the recommendations based on those community needs that they're observing, because we did hear you, and obviously this deserves a bigger conversation as you suggested, but just to answer your question, the increased funding for rental and utility assistance is consistent with what I think we're all hearing. Funding for affordable housing and second chance opportunities, employment opportunities. We also wanted to share some of their program goals, and they help to define that. Some of the short-term goals, they've got some using the Cotton Press as a community distribution center. They want to continue to collaborate with community partners. They want to evaluate how they're doing, and then work on that professional and personal development of the leaders, and then inform systemic improvement. So they do have their goals enumerated, and they are working along those parameters. Just a couple more slides with business supports. With the Joint Development Authority is what JDA stands for. They have completed the round 2 of grants and loans. For the grants, all of the $1.6 million that you awarded in CARES Act funds to them have been expended. And then the total loans of the $1 million that was approved, we've got in rounds 1 and 2, almost $900,000 awarded. Talking with Economic Development Director, Dr. Ilka McConnell, this was a byproduct of that effort that has really been meaningful to the small businesses that have tried to access that, and that's the no-cost business support resources. So in the application, applicants were asked if they were interested in receiving any additional support, and there were almost 300 requests. And the JDA brought together a team of volunteers and support organizations, and we really need to recognize them: the Athens Area Chamber, Athens Made, Goodwill, Northeast Georgia SCORE, and those are retired executives, as what SCORE is, the Athens chapter, and then UGA SPDC, Athens, and the Entrepreneurship Program. They all share their time and expertise, and we're very appreciative. And this has been very meaningful for those businesses that have connected. And then the Northeast Georgia Business Alliance was a recipient of grant funding that you channeled through them. And actually, I just received an update this afternoon that we are at 101 businesses that have been awarded grants and over $400,000 in grant funding. So they continue to push that out into the community and have done some really good work there. So with that, do y'all have any questions about the COVID-19 update? Okay. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, if there are questions about the update, we now have a quorum, so this might be a good time to transition into the special called session, particularly given we've just talked about COVID needs, and that's what the special called session is about. So I think the clerk is here. Clerk Spratlin, can you call roll for us?
Davenport?
Here.
Parker?
Here.
Blank?
Here.
Wright? Jensen?
Here.
Poole?
Present.
Edwards?
Here.
Harrod?
Present.
Thornton? And Hamby. We have a quorum.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I appreciate it. As we just heard, of course, we've delivered both some local dollars and some federal CARES Act dollars to provide for some community needs. And as you've heard from the manager, there are some different legal uses for those needs. A handful of agencies had indicated they were very close to expending the funds that they had already received. And so we wanted to be able to make sure that we spent as much of those dollars on community needs as we possibly could by the federally imposed December 30th deadline. So, Manager Williams, you may want to highlight a little bit of sort of the interaction between staff and those agencies to determine how we could further support them for the next few weeks.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, there are reports that the agencies are, contracted to provide, and both in conversation with them as well as looking at their data. The three agencies named tonight, Athens Land Trust, Casa de Amistad, and the ARC, all are about to expend the funding that you approved for them on August the 11th. And so they still have they have connections that they can spend these funds in the community in an eligible way prior to the deadline of December the 30th. And the recommendation in the agenda item as presented was an extra $75,000 for each of those, a total of $225,000 that they could use. And of course, this would be a contract extension. So all of the guidelines and the parameters that were put into place early on would just be extended here. And Mayor, if I might,
please.
The budget amendment that is attached to this agenda item is not correct. It references a decrease in fund balance of $1.105 million, and that the amount should be $225,000. The decrease and the increase should balance, and so that was something we caught late this afternoon. So should you approve this, we would just need to point that out.
Thanks, Manager Williams. Commission discussion, Commissioner Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in acknowledgement that it's the holidays, it's getting cold outside, and after December 31st, with the new year rolling around, people are still going to be struggling to pay rent, and particularly with the weather, getting colder, the idea of our constituents being left out in the cold or unable to keep their lights on or water on. I know you, Mr. Mayor, as well as myself and others have received numerous phone calls from individuals in our community who are having their water shut off or are having their heat disconnected. And these are families that, have kids at home who are struggling to pay attention in school. I think we're all well aware of the impact this pandemic is having on the folks that we represent. And so in the interest of ensuring the continuity of the services of the ARC, of Athens Land Trust, of Casa de Amistad, through our February voting meeting, at which point we can discuss other funding mechanisms or ways of supporting their work, as well as the work of other organizations that are providing much needed aid in our community. Commissioners Denson, Houle, and myself put together a commission defined option, which provides sufficient funding for continuity of their services through our February voting meeting. For clarification on how we came up with the figure, if it was determined that for 19 days that remain in 2020, each of these organizations would need $75,000 in order to continue their services. That amounts to about $3,947 per day per organization through December 30th. Which would then mean that each agency would require about $213,000 to continue their services for the 54 days through the February voting meeting on February 3rd. I think that the attorney brought up really good issues regarding, why these particular organizations. I think staff has done a good job of thoroughly keeping track of their spending, that these organizations have been diligent in submitting all documentation, and of getting the money to the folks that need it and to help people in our community. As we just saw in the presentation that the manager gave, the ARC served double their target number of families with the CARES Act funding that they, were aiming for in the last couple of months. And so they've proven that they're able to get the money to the folks that need it. As well, we've seen recommendation from the neighborhood leaders with regards to referrals that may be harder for them to make because of a gap in services in our community. That rental and utilities assistance is something that we really need. And so with that said, I'd like to make a motion to approve the CDO by Commissioners Denson, Houle, and myself.
I'll second that.
Thanks for that, Commissioner Parker. One of, I think, everybody's common concerns is, as you mentioned, Commissioner Parker, continuity ensuring that, people aren't dropping through the floor and, having these challenges dropped upon them. An expression or an observation that I've made frequently throughout the year is that, of course, our partners in Congress in Washington, D.C. have not maintained their attentiveness to necessary continuity of supports, whether that be for individual and household needs or small businesses or those who've lost employment. And that's frustrating. I'll share that nearly weekly I contact the two Senate offices and Congressperson Heiss's office. Individuals in those offices are certainly responsive and communicative, and I appreciate that. But writ large, Congress has failed to act, and that I think all puts us in a very challenged position. Attorney Drake, I know that one of the things that you're attentive to in your role is the distinction between the available uses of these CARES Act federal funds and available uses of local general fund dollars. Could you talk a little bit about how should there be some allocation of general fund local dollars that would be distinct from CARES Act funds in terms of uses? Because it's my understanding that we would not be able to use the local dollar in exactly the same way as the federal dollar.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. The Federal CARES Act funds have guidelines which very clearly indicate that the use of funds, CARES Act funds, to provide rental assistance and utility assistance is clearly authorized. As we move into looking for other ways to provide funding assistance for utilities and for rental assistance, we know that another avenue for doing that is the use of CBDG funds can be designated pursuant to federal guidelines for those purposes. As we continue down the spectrum and we are moving to the use of general funds, the challenge always becomes threading the needle. The challenges that are presented with respect to the gratuities clause of the Georgia Constitution, and it becomes less certain as you move to use funds as outlined here, and the challenge is to ensure that a substantial public benefit is being served by the use of the funds in order to satisfy the exception provision of the gratuities clause, and recognizing we're in unprecedented times now with the pandemic. Past case law and precedent indicates that the courts in the past have taken a more restrictive view of that, and so that's the challenge we have.
Go ahead, Tim.
Thank you. And just to underline the need to, which I think something else that we're all aware of, right, is that right now the CDC has issued a ceasing evictions happening up through the end of the year. And right now we have, I've had conversations with the magistrate court about how this works, and those dispossessory hearings basically convene after this thing is over. I mean, those things are not, those eviction orders and proceedings were not dead. They're still alive. They're just basically paused, and those things are going to continue on. And we could see an onslaught of eviction proceedings happening in January. And I definitely am interested in us exploring uses of CDBG funds in this same realm whenever we can, beginning in hopefully early February, as we've talked about. But this month of January is kind of paramount in us ensuring that people stay in their homes during a severe health crisis, during a pandemic, and definitely a situation that I would argue Athens-Clarke County has never been in before in its existence or history. And this is unprecedented. And the way I see this is that as we've established that we are able to use this funds for indigents, for paupers, there is historic precedent for us to be able to do that. And if individuals are removed from their homes, what are they but indigent and needy? And I mean, it's right now we're saying we can use this funds to help people who are homeless, but we cannot use these funds to stop people from becoming homeless. And so in my mind, this is a extremely similar, if not, it falls within those same needs exactly. And so I believe that the need, the severe need is there. We know this also just from the math, from the presentation we just saw, that these service providers are being very effective and very necessary, and that money is being used up very, very quickly. So I think this is a stopgap measure that gets us to February, where we can have even better process for the CDBG funds. But I believe that that we need to go ahead and do the CDO so that we can have those, use the CARES funding as we can, as it's remaining through the end of the year, through December 30th, and then use general fund dollars to use as that stopgap measure this through January, and assist any of these individuals and families and children and parents who might be facing eviction or having their heat turned off during the month of January.
Yeah, Commissioner Houle.
Thank you. Yeah, I just kind of wanted to chime in, echoing, obviously, having co-sponsored this with Commissioners Parker and Denson, echoing their sentiments here. I think the arguments for why we think this should apply for indigency have been kind of articulated there by Commissioner Denson. I would also argue that this meets the need of the public good, because we're talking about mitigating the spread of disease in a pandemic, and that's going to be especially hard to do, especially in the winter if people lose their housing. And so I'd like to think that this meets some of those qualifications as well. I also want to address the question about why these orgs. I mean, we had seen a need to fund these orgs because they already have a need to get through the end of the year. We're talking about kind of this crucial period where, unless something changes rapidly, the federal government is going to stop meeting the need on the 30th, but people are not going to stop being in crisis. And if anything, it's going to get worse when that CDC moratorium lifts. And of course, we're in the middle of winter, so it's exacerbated by that. But I would love to get those raw numbers that Commissioner Parker spoke to in terms of not just the percentage of anticipated people being served by these orgs, but also how much of the finances they've expended. Because if there are other organizations who have really maxed out and who are meeting the same need of just keeping people in their homes, then I'd want to make sure that we're helping cover the gap for those organizations too. I'm not assuming that it's just these three that might need help getting through this gap. And then hopefully, we see some action from the federal government, and this is just a temporary measure to get us through until we're seeing something similar to that CARES funding coming back through.
Well, Commissioner Houle, I'll just going back. So the CARES Act funding was allocated by the Commission on August 11th. We had anticipated some type of RFP process, but I think the Mayor and Commission felt the urgency to get it out there. So those agencies were defined in this Commission-defined option. That's how they came into being awarded. And of those that were approved on August 11th, and in keeping with Attorney Drake's research, these were the three of those awarded that had expended or were about to expend all of theirs. So that's how we are recommending as staff they go through December the 30th. Now, going into January, that's another matter, which I think you're speaking to.
Yeah, and I guess what I mean there is, if there are other organizations on that list that are going to expend all 100% of the funds by the 30th and would have a need on the 31st as well, we're just not seeing a need to meet a gap between now and the 30th, then I'd want us to be looking at that as well. We kind of just wanted to start here because this is where the most obvious and immediate need is. And we're not meeting again until the new year, but people are going to start worrying about how to stay in their homes before we meet again. So.
But we'll share the data with the Mayor and Commission.
For the option authors, I'm curious. So, we're providing through federal funds continuity until the new year, and then it seems that the intention is to close the gap in February prior to use of the CDBG supplemental funds that would go into effect 1st of February. There's a little bit of a disjuncture in the figures. So we're essentially allocating $75,000 per organization for the 19 days remaining in this month. And obviously, if we were to, simply pro rata share, extend that into the 31 days of January, we'd be talking about a general fund local dollar expenditure, south of the 213. So is that the intent, to pro rata 31 days or 32 if you want to include December 31st?
I think we had looked at 35 if we were thinking of the 31st, the 31 days of January, and then the 3 days of February until that February voting meeting. That's where we came up with those figures.
So
through February 3rd.
So the math doesn't work out if you're doing the multiplication, the 19 days versus 35.
Do you have a sense, Mr. Mayor, of what an accurate figure would be by your calculations?
Oh, I apologize. I was looking at your totals at the bottom of the CDO and assuming the 639 was for that month. But I see you're just describing 414 for January. I apologize.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
I was willing to
Yeah. So you're lumping in. Yep. Okay.
But,
I got you.
Thank you for double checking that.
Yes.
It is a lot of money, and so we want to make sure we're doing the math right.
We were back and forth on calculators all night last night, so I got worried that we were too late and messed it up. But I'm glad that worked out. Yeah.
Okay. No. I see in the bottom cluster, the 213 per organization, that includes 75 from CARES dollars as well as general fund dollars together.
Correct.
Just want everybody to be aware that it's my understanding that new contracts with each organization would have to be drafted, given the distinction between available uses and breadth of use of local dollars versus federal dollars.
Yeah, and so if that version of the CDO was sent out by Attorney Drake at 5:34. I'd be happy to read some of the relevant changes if anyone has any questions about them. I mean, I think the intent is the same, but he gave it a little bit of that old attorney's razzle dazzle to make it legit. So
I'm not sure everybody's seen their email. If you could read that, Mariah, that'd be great.
Sure. Okay, let's see. So let's see. Trying to figure out trying to scroll to the relevant sections. Attorney Drake, would you mind reading the relevant changes that would have to go into, that would, enact CDO as intended, but, couched in more.
I'll be happy to. And it's relatively short, so I'll just read it all. What I did.
That'd be fantastic.
So you indicated, I just said approved. Well, you basically indicated that you're allocating the additional $225,000 in CARES funding to these 3 designated nonprofits, and you also wanted a budget amendment to provide an additional $414,473.94 from general funds. The CARES Act funding would have to be expended by December 31st, and the general fund, December 30th, 2020, in accordance with the CARES Act guidelines. And the $414,473.94 in general fund would have to be extended by February 3rd. So I added language basically that just reflects that what I've just stated and was stated by you in your CDO, but also reflects as follows, that the manager is directed to amend the original CARES Act Phase 1 funding contracts with these designated nonprofits to provide for the appropriation of $225,000 in additional CARES Act funding equally between these entities to be utilized only before December 30th, 2020. And number 2, the manager is directed to prepare new contracts with these designated nonprofits to provide for the appropriation of of $414,473.94 from the general fund equally between these entities for the purpose of providing for the continuation of those services currently being provided by the respective entities under their original CARES Act Phase 1 funding contracts to be utilized before February 3rd, 2020. And all the language that has changed is highlighted per our normal procedure in gray, and the strike-throughs are stricken through language is shown as stricken through. So the rest of it, the rationale and the budget amendment language remains the same as what you, Commissioners Park, Denson, and Houle presented in their original CDO.
Thanks for that, Judd. There are additional questions. Patrick, did you have a question? Okay. Andy.
I had a quick question. I mean, I think we need to do whatever we can to help people. But I'm also a big believer in measure twice and cut once. So I guess I have two questions for the attorney. One is, if someone were to sue over this, to have standing, would they just need to be a regular taxpayer in the community? And the second question is, if we were sued over this, what would be, and found to have violated the gratuities clause, what would be the remedy?
With respect to the first question, I think being a taxpayer would certainly be sufficient to have adequate standing. Number two, with respect to the remedy, possible remedies might include being mandated to raise taxes, pay this back. While that seems like a strange remedy, I mean, because you're only punishing the citizens again, or being stopped, from spending the money in this manner if a suit was filed. I think those would be two possibilities.
Any further questions or discussion?
Mr. Mayor, we need to suspend the rules. And also, is there another ordinance for the general fund? Is that included in the ordinance already prepared?
I don't know if Judd has sufficiently read the ordinance, but I'll go ahead and entertain a motion for suspension of rules.
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion from Commissioner Denson, second from Commissioner Parker for suspension of rules. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Judd, did you need to read additional ordinance language?
Yes, sir. Let me do that. An ordinance to amend the FY 2021 annual operating capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide additional funding for expenses related to the Athens Cares COVID-19 community relief programs and for other purposes. And to point out what the manager has already indicated, the decrease needs to be changed to 225 to match the increase. Isn't that correct, Manager? In the budget ordinance?
That's correct. In what was the original, I think this is to Clerk Spratlin's point, an increase of 414,000.
Okay.
Over the 225.
Right. The increase actually needs to be reflected to be
to reflect the CDO number.
Yep. And so the motion we need to authorize the amendment of the budget ordinance to reflect the CDO as well. Yep. I think that CDO does that, but just to clarify, that is what needs to happen.
All right. Any further input?
I had a quick point. Could we? I guess what's keeping us from doing this like in early January? Well, why?
I can respond to that. Or
go ahead, Mariah.
And so if the funds run out by December 31st, which people could be using to pay back rent from December or even earlier than that, January 1st rolls around and folks can't go to these service providers for assistance at the most critical time for them, that 5-day window when landlords expect rent. Even if it was passed on our first voting meeting of the new year, what is that? The second Tuesday in January? It's the 5th. So that's already past the window where people, are going to be behind with their landlords. Who knows if, upon passage, what time has been required for the funds to be transferred to the organizations to begin that work. I don't know what sorts of, how they might suffer from a lapse in available funding of filling those calls, having to have that staff there to do that administrative work when they don't have any resources available to offer folks, or funding to keep those operations afloat during that period. And so I personally feel like, just to ensure that the people of Athens can have access to resources they know exist. There's been a lot of information sharing recently to spread awareness about the availability of these services. Folks know these are places that they can call, but to ensure that they, when they call on January 2nd or January 3rd, that critical time, that critical window for them to make sure their rent is paid so they can stay in their homes, those services are still available to them.
And if I might just piggyback off of Commissioner Parker's remarks, to say also for our partners, both the neighborhood leaders and the institutions that are providing this assistance, to be able to prepare something so that they have some kind of plan. Where right now, I think none of us know if and when the federal government's going to pull through. And we're hearing from a lot of folks. We've heard from some of these community partners about this, but I also spoke with 2 different neighborhood leaders who came to me separately, speaking to the same need, which is how to address what they see as like an incoming crisis of housing, a current crisis of housing becoming probably quite a bit worse in the new year when the CDC moratorium expires. And so, hearing from those neighborhood leaders we spoke to about this fairly immediate need, as well as some of these institutional partners, it just seems like a good way of being able to be at least a bit proactive in what's probably going to be a particularly chaotic period. And a really dangerous time for people to lose housing. Beyond the pandemic, it's also a time when you can freeze to death. So.
And my one big reason is the contracts. If we see part 2, it's saying the manager's directed to prepare new contracts. So we're going to have to actually have contracts drafted, signed, presented. And that's definitely going to take some time. Well, if we do it right now, we have 19 days to get that kind of work done so that those things are in place as of December 31st.
And just looking at the calendar too, Manager Williams, can you talk a little bit about, in miniature, the timeline for the supplemental CDBG funds that we would anticipate being available in February?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So the CDBG stands for Community Development Block Grant, and CV is for COVID, of course, and those were funds handed down to the unified government last year as part of the CARES Act. And I sent you some information today that explains how the thinking was on that. And our normal CDBG application process, the applications were due in early November, and so we ran those 2 processes parallel. The Vision Committee is involved, and necessarily so, as we understand from our HUD contacts. And so we can accelerate that process to culminate with contracts executed in February. Would require, obviously, some extra work at the attorney's office and staff to get those, and the Vision Committee to accelerate the review of that, and a special called session on your behalf. But staff, I appreciate them modifying, taking a look at that process, how to accelerate that. So we'll be coming back with more detail on that.
All right. Thanks, Blaine. All right. Any further discussion? All right. There is a motion from Commissioner Parker and a second from Commissioner Denson on the floor. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Hearing none, motion carries. All right. Accept a motion for adjournment of the special called session.
So moved.
Second.
All right. I've got a motion from Commissioner Houle, second from Commissioner Parker. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. We're going to move back into the work session agenda. And I believe we're going to go slightly out of order, and we're going to see the employee benefits next. So, Blaine, if you want to introduce this is for those of you newer to the commission or tuning in, something we have a conversation about every year in advance of the budget preparation.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, sir. So we've already sent budget requests to our department. So they are going to be turning in their request in early January. That kicks off a process of a meeting with departments, understanding their requests. The manager by charter then develops a draft budget. It's given to the mayor for his consideration. And that's when we also have our big rocks where I'll let you know some of the things that we're seeing. And we typically have a benefits presentation and still plan to have one in February. But this is all meant to try and give you information as far in advance as possible so you can, deliberate on that, instead of getting it all at the very back end of the budget process. So we have Tracy Mason, our benefits administrator, and we have some folks on hand that advise us from Epic that are going to walk us through some things. But basically what they're going to do is tell you a little bit about how our benefits are structured. And then the thing, and this is in direct response to some of the questions that were raised at the retreat with the Mayor and Commission about, well, what are we doing to help contain cost? Should we look at other models, perhaps a clinic or partnering with others? And so this is meant to kind of bring you up to speed, give you some context, and speak briefly to that. So Tracy, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Mayor and Commission, for taking the time to talk with us tonight. I'm going to turn this over to Stephen McKenzie. He is one of our benefit consultants with Epic Brokers. They help us a lot throughout the year with benefit strategy, with setting our budget, doing all the actuarial evaluation. So with that, I'll turn it over to Stephen. And then, of course, if there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer at the end.
Thank you very much, Tracy. And just a really quick technology check. Can you all see the presentation that I'm showing?
We got it?
Yes.
Your family right now, I think.
Well, you did have it up, Stephen, and now we're looking at your home screen and your turkey.
Oh, okay. Well, let's see here. My computer is clocking.
I'm fine just meditating in front of this photo for a minute.
That's from earlier this spring up in Hall County, so close to you all. I'm still seeing my presentation here. While it's thinking, I'll just kind of give you an overview of what we're going to talk about. So every year, actually multiple times a year, we meet with Tracy, Jeff, her team, as well as the city managers to talk about the overall strategy for the benefit offering. The biggest rock, so to speak, for all of that tends to be the medical and pharmacy budget. And so we outline, the fiscal year and the calendar year budget projections for your active population, as well as the pre-65 retirees. So we're going to go into a little bit of detail. My computer appears to be working now, but can you all see the screen?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. So we're going to go through some of the financial overview, and this will give you an idea of, as I was mentioning, kind of our budgeting process, what we look for, as well as how we monitor the performance of the plan. So we don't just look at it once a year and then look at it a year later. We continue to look at how things are performing on a monthly basis, so that as we go through the year, we can begin to plan for the next year as best possible. The next part of this is really the multi-year strategy. So we're going to give you guys an idea of what historically we've done and Athens has done to manage cost, as well as look at some of the go-forward strategies, some ideas that we are thinking about to potentially help curb costs and offer good benefits to the employees. So I welcome your feedback, especially during that part of the presentation. Feel free to interrupt, give us your ideas, your thoughts, or your concerns about anything we're showing. We don't make any of our decisions in a silo, so we tend to use benchmarking a pretty good bit. And so I'm going to show you some benchmarking that we've gathered related to your plan and some of the cost containment strategies we have. And then we have some current program strategies. I wanted to outline a few things that we look at on an annual basis, the cadence that we look at those, and what their relative cost savings is, as well as some other opportunities to get your feedback on perhaps future initiatives. So financial overview. This is real quickly just what we call a monthly dashboard that we share with the HR team here. On the left-hand side of this page is your actual plan cost. So year to date through October of 2020, Athens-Clarke County for your active population has spent $11.7 million in claims, admin costs, and things of that nature. Your budget is just slightly above that at about $11.8 million. When you take into account the employee contributions of 3.8, the net cost to Athens for your active population is just under 8 million at $7.9 million. So that's important to us for a few reasons. But as we move over to this middle bar chart here, this is kind of what tells us what we can anticipate the next year's plan cost to be. So the red bars that you see here on this screen are the total budgeted cost per month. And these blue bars are the month-to-month fluctuations that simply occur as a result of claims being paid. We saw a little dip here in April because utilization of elective surgeries and whatnot decreased because of COVID. So we saw that little drop. Things picked back up in the middle of the summer, and they've normalized a little bit throughout the year. So we look at this to give us an idea of what trends to keep an eye on, as well as what next year's budget may need to be. If we look at where you're at year to date, as I mentioned over here, your actual plan cost is very close to your budget. So in this thermometer, you're at about 100% of your budget year to date, just below 100%. Another item we keep in a track on is a rolling 12-month of paid claims. This just makes sure that ideally this line is flat, right? But the national average for healthcare spend tends to be 5, 8, 10% a year. So what our goal is to do better than the national average, to make sure we're managing the plan costs, but also offering affordable benefits. And what we've really seen here is a relatively flat line for the last 12 months with a slight increase for a rolling 12 months per employee per month paid claims amount. And then finally, we just break it out into a little more detail here. So we try to show how much of the claims are medical, how much are pharmacy, health savings account funding. You are self-insured, but you also have what's called reinsurance to cover catastrophic claims. So stop-loss reimbursements come into play as well. And then you have ASO fees and stop-loss premiums, which the ASO fees are what you pay to Anthem for them to adjudicate your claims. And your stop-loss premiums are what you pay for reinsurance, like catastrophic protection. So again, we look at this on a monthly basis with the team. The next few slides here are really fairly similar, so I won't go through all of them, but I'll just point out a few important items on this one here. So this is your calendar year budget projection. We also do this on a fiscal year basis. But real quickly, what you see here is we look at what actually happened in 2019. So what was your plan cost in 2019? This is for the active population. You all spent about $13.8 million before employee contributions. Then we do a 2020 recast. So what we like to do is we know a certain amount of data because of what we've collected thus far in 2020. So we say, if we had the opportunity to reproject the budget for this year, what would we set the budget at? And we would actually increase it a little bit to about 11.4%. So that's what you're seeing in that column. And then we do a projection for 2021. And if we project 2021 using the most recent experience we have available, we would project 2021 be a 6.2% increase over 2020 cost. And the same applies for the calendar year 2022 projection, where we would just do a 6.3% increase to the 2021 cost. What you'll notice on this page and when we finalize the budget in the coming months is these numbers will likely change because as we get more data in, we fine-tune our assumptions, we fine-tune the experience and the claims that we have on hand to try to get a more accurate picture. So this is by no means a final look at the numbers, but we wanted to give you an idea of kind of the methodology that we go through to project your plan costs. So I mentioned we do that on a calendar year basis. This is the same thing, just on a fiscal year basis for active employees. And then we do the same thing for your pre-65 retirees. Your pre-65 retirees tend to obviously be a little bit more expensive than your active population. They typically cost about $20,000 per head, whereas your active population is in the $10,000 to $12,000 range. So multi-year strategy. We wanted to kick off this first section here to talk a little bit about the funding strategy that Athens historically has had and the reason for it. So right now, you all are called self-insured. There's an alternative that is fully insured. As I mentioned earlier, you do have reinsurance though, so you're not completely self-insured. You do have catastrophic protection that makes sure that you don't have a ridiculously high bad claims year or anything, so you have protection there. But there are some advantages to being self-insured. So for instance, if your claims run better than budget, that money is yours. Whereas in a fully insured environment, you're paying a fixed premium per month. Whether or not you have good or bad experience, you owe the same amount to the insurance company month after month. Also, you're exempt from certain insurer fees and taxes. So within a fully insured environment, there obviously is a baked-in margin, which is the last kind of bullet point here, but there's also taxes and insurance fees that you have to pay as part of being in a fully insured arrangement. Perhaps the most advantageous item is also the control over plan design and strategy. So in a fully insured environment, you leave that entire decision-making for the most part up to the insurance carrier. So what plan designs you offer, what strategy you have a defined set of options from the insurance carrier and you really have to stick to those. Whereas being self-funded, you have the flexibility to be more generous or less generous with your benefits. So ACA, for instance, defines a certain level of benefit. You get the option to offer more than the minimum or greater than the minimum benefit. And of course, you offer greater than the minimum benefit. And then generally, you have more access to data. So as you become self-insured, you get more and more of the data and the claims that you pay out for your employees and their dependents, and you're able to manage the plan better than a fully insured environment would. So at a real high level, those are some of the advantages to being self-insured as opposed to fully insured. So this slide here is really an historical review of the plan design offerings that Athens has had for their employees. You all have not been static in your offerings. To your credit, the team has continued to manage the plan offerings that are available, and they've continued to index the plan. So what do I mean by that? Well, if we go back to 2015, you had 2 POS offerings. This is what you would typically call as a PPO offering or point of service offering, and 1 CHS offering, which is a high deductible health plan. Since 2015, the healthcare landscape has really evolved in that high deductible health plans have become much more common. So we saw that migration with your own plans throughout the year, where by 2017, you had 1 POS offering and 2 high deductible health plans or CHS offerings. You've continued to index deductibles at appropriate levels since then to manage costs. So for instance, in 2017, you had a $700 deductible in your POS plan, and that was indexed up to $1,000. And there were similar indexing done to the CHS Select plans. Keep in mind that this is just one part of the offering to employees. Of course, there are contribution differences amongst the plans. So the POS conventional plan, for instance, is a little more rich than the CHS plans, and so employees do pay a little bit higher of a premium to be in that POS conventional plan. So one of the things that we look at on an annual basis are a few savings opportunities or levers within buckets to make sure we're managing the plan appropriately. So just working down the left side here, medical and pharmacy program management. That's something that has to be done annually. The evaluation of the plan offerings and the carrier partners. So is Anthem the best partner for you? Is having 1 POS plan and 2 high deductible health plans, is that the best offering? Those sort of things we look at on an annual basis. You'll notice the dollar impact over on the side here. Without putting hard numbers there, I just wanted to give you an idea of the impact to the budget, so to speak. So you have set in stone now 3 really good plans. As you continue to tweak those, index those year over year, for instance, you may save money, but you're not going to save a ton of money because, quite frankly, your claims are your claims. The people that you insure today, for the most part, aren't changing year over year. When we look at employee and member cost sharing, this is where I mentioned some of the plan design elements where we talked about in the previous slide of increasing deductibles and things of that nature. We look at those every year. We don't make changes on those every year because sometimes that's not appropriate, but we do look at those every single year. And then what impacts every single person that enrolls in a health plan of yours are employee contributions. And so we do try to adhere to long-term goals of employee cost share to make sure we're meeting the desires of Athens-Clarke County. Now, because as you tweak those, they impact every single person enrolled, the impact to savings is going to be greater than just impacting a plan design for the most part. Some credit here on the wellness program management. Athens probably has one of the most robust wellness programs of really almost any employer I've worked with, and definitely any county. You guys have a fantastic program, but it doesn't go left unnoticed every year. So we look at it both on a participatory basis as well as an outcomes basis. So how much are we rewarding enrollment in certain programs just for the sake of enrolling in them versus how much are we incenting people to change their health behavior? There are costs to these programs, to administer these programs, but we do typically see some savings associated with that. A really good stat we saw from the Anthem utilization review was the number of preventive exams for really all of your demographics within your population. You guys were higher than benchmarks across the board, whether it was annual preventive wellness checks, mammographies, colonoscopies, things of that nature. You guys beat all the benchmarks, and I really think that's testament to the wellness program that you all have. Lastly, are a couple more things in this slide. Pharmacy, you probably heard about on the news. It continues to increase year over year. Every ad you see on TV about a pharmacy drug is probably a $5,000 or $10,000 drug. So ensuring that we evaluate the contractual guarantees that are in place is very, very important and leads to significant savings, which, for instance, we saw in the last RFP that we did for the 2020 plan year. Those are hard costs, those contracts. We can see those, we can feel those. Some of their soft costs are things like clinical programs and formulary management. So are we ensuring that we incentivize an employee to take a generic drug when available as opposed to a brand? Are we ensuring that they take a preferred brand versus a non-preferred brand? Those sort of things we have discussions with Anthem on at least an annual basis to make sure we have the right program in place that leads to savings, but also make sure that your membership is getting the help they need. And then ancillary program management. These are the coverages like dental, vision, life insurance, things of that nature. They tend to be fully insured contracts and very straightforward. So while we look at those, the review cadence tends to be every 2 or 3 years as those rate guarantees come up. So going forward, one of the things that we continue to do, we have done, and we look to communicate to employees on every single year is the adoption of the high deductible health plans, which you all call your CHS plans. They tend to ensure consumerism. So if I'm an employee in a CHS plan, I'm more likely to shop for my MRI. I'm more likely to use a generic drug as opposed to a brand drug. They tend to look for higher quality services and lower cost services as well. And that really shows up in your plan performance. So just looking at some statistics through October 2020, this is on a gross cost basis. This is before employee contributions. That POS plan that we mentioned cost Athens about $16,400 per employee enrolled in that plan. The select plan is a little over $9,200. And the value plan is just over $3,700. So as you can imagine, the more folks that we get into enroll in those CHS plans, the more advantageous it will be for the government. But we want to make sure that we continue to work within the structure of the plan offering. So there has been thought and consideration of, do we just offer CHS plans alone? But quite frankly, it's not as simple as it seems. So you would think, well, if we just offered the CHS value plan, then our plan cost would be $3,700 per head. There are reasons why your POS plan costs that much, and just frankly, because your high cost claimants tend to be in that plan. So if you only offered CHS plans, you'd likely meet somewhere in the middle. But at the same time, getting rid of the POS plan does mean that you may not be able to provide coverage for someone that needs it. So the deductible is lower in the POS plan, and maybe someone can't afford a higher deductible that would be in the CHS plan. So we continue to look at that on an annual basis and just make sure that we take into consideration the varying demographics you have in your employee base before we make a decision such as that. And then finally, the projected fiscal year 22 spend. It was on those previous slides, but just to point out, your active and pre-65 retirees, it's a fairly large budget item. It's $22.2 million on a gross cost basis. When you consider the employee contributions for the active employees, it's just under 17.9. So as I mentioned earlier, the above, or those projections will change as we get closer to fiscal year 22. But we just want to make sure that we gave you guys an idea of what we are seeing in terms of claims and its impact on the budget as of now. So when we think about the 2022 strategy, as I mentioned, one of the things that we do is benchmark. The first thing that we tend to benchmark is plan design. This is a high-level overview of some of the benchmarking we've done. We've also gone into greater detail in terms of employee contributions. We've looked at benchmarking with other counties such as Gwinnett, just to get an idea of some of what other governments are doing. This here is a high-level overview from the Mercer National Survey, and looking at benchmarks compared to government, employers of similar size of you, so employers that have 1,000 to almost 5,000 employees, and then a data cut of all employers. What you'll see on this slide here is from a PPO, or what you all call a POS plan perspective, your deductibles tend to be a little bit higher than the government and the 1,000 to 4,999 data cut. Your out-of-pocket is similar too, but when you look at amongst all employers, you do tend to be a little bit more favorable. On the bottom part of this page here, the left-hand side is your select plan and the right-hand side is your value plan. You can see from a benchmarking perspective, your select plan is fairly consistent in terms of being favorable with deductibles and out-of-pocket maximums. Your value plan, on the other hand, has higher deductibles and out-of-pocket maximums. But that doesn't necessarily mean that everybody in that plan is going to hit that deductible or out-of-pocket. The people that are in that plan tend to be, quite frankly, the young and healthy ones. So they have that insurance almost as a catastrophic plan, really just there to make sure they have something in case they need it, which was evident in the lower plan cost that we saw on that previous slide. So some items that we look at in terms of cost containment programs. I wanted to throw a few of them out here and let you all see where Athens compares. So there are employers out there looking at this top row that just simply don't cover spouses. They may say, if your spouse has coverage available to them elsewhere, we don't cover that spouse. Not a ton of them, about 11% of governments and 13% of employers of similar size have that. You obviously do not have that in place. You do have what's called a spousal surcharge, though. We see that in about 5% of governments and about 15% of employers of similar size. That is a lever, so to speak, that is gaining ground and has gained ground in recent years, because just your spouses, your dependents tend to actually cost more for the plan than employees do. So managing that side of the spend is very important. Real quickly, some other items are looking at value-based care offerings. So tiered network, narrow networks, and ACO. At a very high level, that may be things like you would put in place a system in which you reward people for going to Athens Regional as opposed to St. Mary's, if you had a better discount with Athens Regional, for instance. We don't see that in place a ton, as you can tell from the benchmarks, and you all don't have those in place today either. What you do have in place are offering centers of excellence for things like transplants. So Anthem, as your third-party administrator, will steer your employees to those centers of excellence for transplants when they have that service that's needed. In terms of a fully integrated platform for health and well-being, while you'll have a very robust wellness program, I wouldn't consider it fully integrated. In other words, if you're an employee of Athens and you don't get a preventive wellness exam, there's nothing that triggers an outreach to you to make you go get it before the year end. So you have a very robust wellness program, but it's not integrated at the claim level. We don't see that a ton, but that's something that is gaining steam as well. And then in enhanced health advocacy service, you do have a specialty vendor that provides health advocacy for your employees. That's pretty unique to Athens. It's something that a lot of your employees and retirees take advantage of. It's a great resource there for them as well. So this slide here is some potential savings opportunities, and welcome any questions you have, especially on this one. So Athens has not taken advantage of any of these programs here, and we wanted to lay them out in terms of the bucket they fall in, but also perhaps most importantly is the employee disruption and the size of the dollar impact. So high-performing networks, again, this is somewhat similar to incentivizing someone to use Athens Regional as opposed to St. Mary's, just using that as an example. There would be some disruption for that, but there would likely be savings. You would steer employees to a provider or a hospital that lowers your overall claim spend. Another lever to manage in this bucket is something called reference-based pricing. This is new, relatively new, a few years old. If you've read articles or litigation on some of this stuff, you may have heard this come up. But this is a very disruptive practice, but quite frankly, it saves a ton of money. At a very high level, what it would do is make sure, for instance, if you have a member go to the hospital, that Athens doesn't pay, for instance, more than 130 or 140% of Medicare, as opposed to the 200, 300, or 400% that you pay today. The reason why it's disruptive is because when an employee goes through that process, oftentimes a hospital or provider will send that employee to collections. So you can imagine someone going to get a hospital service, them providing your insurance to the provider, and the provider basically sending the employee to collections to get that money. There are administrators out there that help provide that legal assistance. And typically it gets worked out where the hospital does accept something lower than the 200 or 300 or 400% that you typically would pay. But you can imagine that process is quite disruptive for your membership. Another lever here that we are considering is disease and case management, a carve-out vendor for that. Right now, if you are a Blue Cross Blue Shield or Anthem member, and you call the 1-800 number on that card, you're talking to an Anthem representative. What this would mean is that going forward, if you had a carve-out vendor, the person that you would call would be a third-party vendor whose sole goal is to make sure that you go through the right prior authorization, that you go to the right hospital, that you get the right surgery done, and you have the right follow-up. There typically is ROI savings, ROI guarantees and savings on the table from vendors that do this. But you can imagine, too, this is a little bit disruptive. A lot of your membership has been used to Anthem for quite some time. And so having to go through this carve-out vendor would be something new to them. In the pharmacy space, the carve-out pharmacy program, as I mentioned, we did evaluate that during the last RFP. So there are some savings there perhaps in the future. As of now, we do believe we are in the best place for pharmacy, as well as the clinical programs that I mentioned that we touch on an annual basis. One item on here is international specialty. This is some employee disruption, but a pretty good amount of impact. You may have seen some stuff in the news about citizens in the U.S. sourcing their specialty drugs or their pharmacy prescriptions from overseas. And there are vendors out there that now are part of that process that actually work with employers to source that medication overseas. All of that medication goes through Customs Border Patrol. It's all looked at by the FDA. It's legitimate prescriptions. But as you can imagine, it would be quite a change of pace and what your membership is used to if rather than get their prescription drug through Anthem Specialty, they're now getting it overseas in a shipment on their door. So this would be a good bit of a change for your membership, but there is significant savings to be had, especially on those high-cost specialty medications.
How quickly or easily could that be implemented, Stephen?
International specialty can be implemented fairly quick. The only caveat to that is getting the sign-off from your current vendors. So right now, Anthem manages your pharmacy program, and what you'd have to get them to do is to agree to no longer administer the specialty part of that. That's the part that can take some time.
Okay.
And then the next item on here is the clinic. We've looked at a number of options in terms of clinics, whether it be on-site or near-site. We've also done some visitations, for instance, with Gwinnett and the clinic they have. The employee disruption can vary, right? So you could have employees that would love to have a clinic to go to where they would have high-level PCP type care and maybe even dispense some prescription drugs. We have, quite frankly, seen in the last really 6 months to 9 months a migration from those physical office settings to a telemedicine type of approach. We've seen even within the Athens population, telemedicine, so talking to a provider over the phone, over FaceTime, really increased dramatically. So I think a lot of what the clinic can do, it can also be accomplished over telemedicine. And that's one thing we're working on for 2021 is education and communication around what telemedicine can do. So not only can you go there if you think your son has pink eye or excuse me, or something of that nature, but you can also have a mental health visit with a provider over FaceTime, which obviously is a little bit more easy in the comfort of your own home, but this does save money as well. And then the last item on this slide, this definitely isn't an all-encompassing list, but we wanted to mention it here, is collective purchasing. We tend to look at collective purchasing. On occasion, we actually looked at collective purchasing in the pharmacy space during the last RFP for 2020. As I mentioned, we during that process figured that the total net cost picture was still better staying with Anthem than carving that out to another vendor. So we will always look at a pharmacy collective just to make sure what you have right now is the best in terms of plan cost going forward. And then stop loss captives. This is a relatively new concept, but basically you enter a pooling arrangement with other employers that may be in similar, that may also be government entities, but may not be. And basically you're in a pooling arrangement for stop loss insurance. There is really no disruption associated with that because employees don't know the stop loss insurer. They never interact with a stop loss insurer. But there can be some savings to be had going down that arrangement. And just pause there for a second and see if there are any questions about this slide before I proceed.
I have a question, I guess, about what's one of the things on the previous slide, the integrated platform for health and well-being. Can you explain that a little more?
Sure. So to use a good example, there are vendors out there that take into their system pharmacy as well as medical claims on a monthly or biweekly basis even. So as they would get claim information into their system, they would be, one, checking to make sure any of that claim information. So for instance, if Athens rewards an employee for getting a preventive exam, that claim information would hit their system, and then they would release a reward to the employee for getting their preventive exam. On the other hand, let's say the year goes by and they notice that Stephen McKenzie hasn't gone all year to get his preventive wellness exam. They're going to, ping me in November or December and say, you haven't got your free preventive exam. You need to go now. Oh, and by the way, did you know you'll get a reward from Athens for doing that? So that's where that integration comes into place. You guys have a very robust system right now, but it's not claim-based.
I'd be interested in looking into that. I mean, as someone who, I know has gone more than a year without getting preventive health care, just things get busy and you forget. If you don't get that reminder, and I know full well how important it is to get that preventive care.
Yep. And it's free too for the employee. So it's super important they get that done and it doesn't cost them anything.
Yeah. I mean, I would be interested in seeing that we offer that.
Sure. Okay. Any others?
I had a quick question, and also going back a little bit in the presentation where we were talking about the 3 plans that we have now with the POS plan and then the 2 CHSs. And what are the main reasons, because we're talking about how the POS is much more costly to us. What are the main reasons that seem to lead people to sign up for the POS systems rather than one of our CHS plans?
That's a great question. There's a multitude of them. Yeah, you can go ahead.
I'm sorry. So this is Tracy, the benefits administrator. Just to speak kind of anecdotally to that, what we have seen, there's like Stephen just said, there's multiple reasons. Some people just feel like the more coverage, the better. So there is kind of a psychological component to that. But for others, there is a real financial impact. We do have several employees who are taking high dollar medications. We're talking in the thousands of dollars. On a point of service plan, they're going to pay a percentage of that, but the most they'll pay in a month for a 30-day supply is $100. Whereas on a CHS plan, they would be responsible for not only the deductible, but could potentially have to pay the full max out of pocket just in the first month. So, for example, they're taking a medication that costs, say, $5,000 a month, which is not unheard of. They have to upfront their $1,750 deductible plus their co-insurance up to a max of $4,750 on the CHS Select plan. So, essentially, the first month, they're going to have to walk into the pharmacy and plop down $4,750 for 1 month's worth of medication. Now, granted, if they're able to do that, they've met their max out of pocket for the year. The remainder of the year is cost free to them. But having that $4,000 up front is very difficult for our employees. So those are two of the big things that I see just anecdotally and talking to employees that do create barriers.
And Commissioner, this is Jeff Hale. I'm the HR director. I would add that, whether it's specialty drugs or any real medical event, hospital stay, that kind of money can be due, January 1. And so, the idea of these high deductible plans is that people are able to sort of skate through that first year and start to build their health savings accounts, but either through the risk of a single event or the likelihood of a year after year having to be out of pocket $3,000-$4,000 at the start, there's risk in making that transfer. One of the things we've done to mitigate that risk is to go to a calendar year in our benefits cycle. But there is risk there that you pray for the best as you start to build that HSA so you have the ability to absorb some events and still have money.
And also just one other point to interject that we've kind of discovered through the years with the CHS plans, if you are within 6 months of going on to Medicare, especially we do have several employees who have already reached the age of 65 and are retiring after that age, there are IRS regulations that prevent contributions to a health savings account within 6 months of transitioning to Medicare. So for some of our older employees, it's just easier for them to be on the point of service rather than having to remember, okay, I'm 6 months out, I've got to stop making those contributions, and then they've got 6 months of expenses, but they're not able to contribute to that HSA. So that also throws just another level of complexity in there.
And I would add one more point of interest in this regard is that, in order to make a high deductible plan work and the consumerism model, you have to have a certain level of efficacy in managing that. And as you've seen already in this presentation, it's complex. And so life is busy, life is complicated, and these matters are not within everybody's grasp to manage well for any number of reasons. And so, that's a challenge as well. To shop around for an MRI, we have varying demographics and levels of efficacy.
Yeah, I appreciate all of it. That was very helpful to think about those different factors that lead to it. That last factor that you spoke to, Jeff, is kind of what I was wondering about. And I know there are some efforts, but what efforts do we have and how can we increase those to help people with that understanding? Maybe some of those folks who don't necessarily need to be as much on the point of service plans that maybe would be better service if they were on with PHSs, but just don't have that ability to navigate it. But if we could give them some kind of assistance or just make that a little bit easier to understand and get through. I don't know.
So one thing that we've done, we didn't do it this year. Corona kind of changed the way we handled open enrollment meetings, but generally in past open enrollment meetings, we've explained each of the plans, and we've actually given them 3 separate scenarios. So in one scenario, it's someone who really never uses their health insurance. They go get some preventative screenings. Maybe they have a sick visit. And we do a side-by-side comparison of what the premiums would cost on each, then what their out-of-pockets would cost on each. And then we do the same for someone who, has sick visits, had some tests here and there, and then a third scenario of someone who completely maxes out, hits their max out-of-pocket. And so we can show those side-by-side comparisons to show, okay, exactly, here's what you're going to pay in premiums, here's what you're going to pay in actual cost, here's your total cost of care for the year. And we do those side-by-sides so they can see. And typically the CHS plans do come out better for people. But again, it's just a matter of having that HSA built up so they can handle those out-of-pocket expenses. They do have the option of participating in the wellness program. Any well credits that are earned if you're on a CHS plan, those are deposited into the employee's HSA to help build that account up. So they do have about $700 a year they can earn toward their HSA by participating in wellness. We've also had, with the assistance of VALIC representatives, we've had some financial planning type healthy hours to help people, again, understand how they can upfront that HSA, how they can start saving to move toward a CHS type scenario so they can front load that HSA as much as possible. So we have had some classes. There is room to do more of those types of health education around financial wellness, and that is something we hope to do in the future.
Awesome. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate that.
Any other questions?
Well, this was given in the spirit of some advanced information, and we understand that may want to look a little bit into the international specialty and then the network, the integrated network that Commissioner linked. So, Tracy, I imagine we'll take a look at those things and consider those as we put the budget together for FY22.
Yes, sir.
And Tracy and Jeff, if I'm not mistaken, we will have our annual benefits presentation in conjunction with the budget submission. And so that is the time, commissioners, that unless we find something that we need to get your feedback on. That we'll come back and tell you what we found at that point. Is that fair, Jeff?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, Stephen and Irv, appreciate y'all being with us. Tracy and Jeff, thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, everyone. So I think we've got everyone back. I know Commissioner Edwards wanted to be here for the Riverbend Road discussion, and he's with us again.
Okay, well, I'll call on Stephen Bailey and Ronnie Katrib are here tonight to present the Sidewalk or multi-use path project, which will be coming to you in agenda item form. And I think you've received a Athens-in-Motion Commission recommendation on that earlier. And Stephen, would you kick us off, please?
Absolutely. That's a happy accident that timing worked out. So great. Well, good evening, everyone. I'm going to share this PowerPoint. I want to make sure that it's in the right format so it's large enough to read. All right. Is that readable at this point?
Looks good.
Okay. Great. Well, tonight is actually our third installment of the Athens-in-Motion project-specific work sessions. So we'll have a few more of these for you over the next few months. Tonight's talk will compare sidewalks versus multi-use paths along Riverbend Road. I will briefly run through the history of this project, tell you about the public engagement that we've had so far, and then turn it over to Ronnie Katrib to explain the different concepts and costs associated. So similar to Cherokee and Jefferson River Road, we're hoping to get your input on these concepts, which will be valuable feedback for the residents as we move through the next phase of public engagement. You've seen all these history slides before, so I'll just use this as a reminder that the Athens-in-Motion Commission has played a huge part in leading bike ped efforts over the last year. And one initiative they focused on was to make sure we put each of our potential projects through the lens of our complete streets policy. In the case of these sidewalk projects, that meant doing cost comparisons to determine feasibility of installing multi-use paths versus sidewalks at these locations. A unique piece here for Riverbend is that it borders a number of UGA facilities and properties, and part of this project proposal stemmed from a sidewalk request actually from the university. So UGA is committed to partially funding this project along the portion of roadway that they deemed critical to students and faculty who walk this corridor. They're also the major property owner along the entire length of the project, and ACCGov staff has created a number of concept options that focus on meeting the university's wishes to minimize impacts on those adjacent properties. Ronnie's going to explain these options in a moment, and we'll note how the use of retaining walls can accomplish this minimum impact. And so last month, TPW shared alternative concepts for Riverbend with the Athens-in-Motion Commission. And I must say, I commend them for taking time to parse through the multiple concepts and geographical segment options that we threw at them. After comparing costs and benefits, their recommendation is to move forward with a sidewalk concept along half of Riverbend Road. It's the half referred to as segment 2 later in this presentation. And they further recommended utilizing bike funding at a later date to improve the existing bike facilities along the entire length of Riverbend Road during future annual repaving and restriping efforts. So we will still be presenting a number of sidewalk and multi-use alternatives for you here tonight, so you can deliberate all those options as well. We were excited to see Riverbend Road go through our newly updated public engagement process. That included an on-site walk audit and a public forum, which Commissioner Wright joined us for. The comments from the forum and the audit were positive in favor of the sidewalk. The biggest request we received was for additional consideration for bicycles as well, which echoes the sentiment from the AIM Commission and their recommendation to improve the existing bike lanes. So we will have one more public engagement opportunity similar to Cherokee and Jefferson River Road. With the help from GIO, we're going to have some GIS story maps, recorded presentation, an online survey, and a phone line for resident questions about the project. And that's going to be a 3-week period occurring in January. And now I'm going to turn it over to Ronnie, who will talk you through the specifics of the Riverbend Road project concepts and then explain next steps.
Thank you, Stephen, and thank you, Honorable Mayor and Commission, for having me with you this evening to go over connectivity alternatives for Riverbend Road. On this slide, we're looking at the big picture project. There are multiple unfunded Athens-in-Motion projects within this area, including the first one is on Millage Avenue from South Lumpkin Street to Riverbend Road. It includes Tier 1 bike project and a Tier 3 pedestrian project. The second one is on College Station Road. It starts from Loop 10 and going through with Whitehall Road, ending at Barnett Shoals Road. There is a Tier 2 bike project and a Tier 3 pedestrian project. In the vicinity also, you can see on the map, there is a proposed greenway network approved plan at this point, unfunded. On the next slide, this is a similar slide. However, in this slide, we identify that Riverbend Road connectivity alternatives were split at Riverbend Parkway due to multiple factors, including, first, the anticipated available budget is as follows. From TSPLOST 2018 project number 11 bicycle improvement program, there is currently $15,000 left. In the SPLOST 2011 project, project number 6 bicycle transportation improvement, there is approximately $1 million left. And in the TSPLOST 2018 project number 12 pedestrian improvement program is approximately $4.2 million. Second item is that UGA is committed to funding of $125,000 for a sidewalk connectivity from College Station Road to Greenhouse Driveway, measures approximately 600 feet. The third item, there is a higher pedestrian activities on segment 2 with multiple bus stops, UGA facilities, and apartment complexes when compared with segment 1. The fourth item, segment 1 pedestrian activities are limited to a short segment from South Millage Avenue to Lakeside Drive, about 850 feet from South Millage. In addition, this part of the segment also lacks bike lanes. The last item, all bike lanes on this alignment is a substandard measuring 4 feet or less, while the current standard for bike lanes is 5 feet. On the next slide,
I'm trying, Ronnie.
Okay. Stephen is controlling the presentation. Thank you, Stephen. On the next slide, we talk a little bit more in depth about each segment. The first segment, it starts from the project start point at South Millage. And at that point, there is no bike lanes on your top left image, as you can see. There is an existing sidewalk on one side of South Millage Avenue. And continuing on the bottom left image, crossing the CSX Railroad, going up to Lakeside Drive, you can see there is no bike lanes. And at a point measuring approximately 850 feet from South Millage, 4 feet bike lane facility on both sides of the road begins. And it ends at Riverbend Parkway. On the next slide, this is segment 2. It begins at Riverbend Parkway, as shown on the top left image, with 4-foot bike facilities on both sides of the road, as I mentioned, and no sidewalks, all the way to College Station Road. On the next slide, so this is showing the Riverbend Road sidewalk alternative or main alternative. The Riverbend sidewalk proposed measures a total of 7,300 feet, located on the west side of Riverbend Road, and consists of 2 segments, as explained earlier, with an overlap near Riverbend Parkway. The proposed sidewalk fills a gap from existing sidewalk on South Millage to existing sidewalk on College Station Road. Pedestrian access and connectivity improvements are proposed at multiple intersections: South Millage Avenue, Riverbend Parkway, major UGA and apartment complexes, driveways, and others, with accessibility ramps, crosswalks, and signal upgrades to existing traffic signals. Controlled crossing with rectangular, rapid flashing beacons and crosswalks to be considered, and these are pending warrant studies by the department upon concept approval. 4 different sidewalk alternatives has been studied, including a 7-foot sidewalk, which is alternative number 4, with cost estimates ranging between $2.7 to $6.3 million. On the next slide. This is the first sidewalk alternative, is shown here with 5-foot sidewalk within a rural shoulder. Sidewalk alternative 1 pros include lowest construction cost and most economical for sidewalk alternative. Sidewalk is further from the roadway, bike lanes separate from pedestrians, only minor drainage improvements needed, and no retaining walls, with some exceptions. Cones include large footprint has a greater impact to adjacent parcels, moderate need for right-of-way and construction easements, and high property impact. Sidewalk alternative cost is estimated at $1.34 million for segment 1 and $1.45 million for segment 2. A combined cost for the entire project is estimated at $2.7 million. And again, I'm giving you the approximate numbers, but you can see the more in detail numbers shown on these on the cost estimate table on the bottom right hand side of the slide. On the next slide, we see sidewalk alternative 2. The second sidewalk alternative is shown here with 5-foot sidewalk within an urban shoulder. Pros include moderate construction cost, bike lanes separate from pedestrians, and no retaining walls, with some exceptions. However, cons include some retaining walls that will increase cost, some piped drainage system needed to manage stormwater, moderate need for right-of-way and construction easements, and moderate property impact. Sidewalk alternative 2 cost is estimated at $1.7 for segment 1, $1.8 for segment 2. The combined cost for the entire project is estimated at $3.4 million. On the next slide, this is the sidewalk alternative number 3. And I'd like to point out this is the recommended option and only for segment 2 that starts from Riverbend Parkway and ends at College Station Road. The third sidewalk alternative is shown here with 5-foot sidewalk within mixed rural and urban shoulder. This is the AIM Commission recommended option, as I mentioned, starting from Riverbend Parkway to College Station. Pros include flexible design that optimizes field conditions, optimal footprint that reduces right-of-way costs in some areas, bike lanes separate from pedestrians, and reduce property impact. However, cons include higher cost compared with sidewalk alternative 1 and 2, requires pipe drainage systems to manage stormwater, include significant retaining wall installations. Sidewalk alternative 3 cost is estimated at $4.2 million for segment 1 and $1.8 million for segment 2. A combined cost for the entire project is estimated at $5.9 million. The next slide, it shows a similar alternative for alternative number 3. However, the sidewalk here is 7 feet wide. We maintained the retaining walls to minimize the impact to property. Pros include flexible design that optimizes field conditions, 7-foot width improves pedestrian comfort, bike lane separate from pedestrians, and reduces property impact in some areas. However, cons include highest cost for sidewalk alternative, requires piped drainage system to manage stormwater, includes significant retaining wall installations, increase impervious surface area and moderate impact to property despite the use of retaining walls. Sidewalk Alternative 3 cost is estimated at $4.3 million for Segment 1 and $2.2 million for Segment 2. A combined cost for the entire project is estimated at $6.3 million. On the next slide, here we're looking at the multi-use path alternative along the same alignment and following the same side of the road, however, with a 10-foot multi-use path. It extends the same length, approximately 7,300 feet. The multi-use path fills a network gap from existing sidewalk on Millage and ends at College Station with an existing sidewalk. Bicycle and pedestrian access and connectivity improvements are proposed at multiple intersections, including Millage Avenue, Riverbend, and major UGA and apartment complexes, with accessibility ramps, crosswalks, and signal upgrades to existing traffic lights. Controlled crossings will also be proposed, pending warrant studies by the department. We have looked at 3 different multi-use alternatives, and we've studied those with cost estimates ranging between $4.7 and $6.8 million. The first alternative of a multi-use path is shown here. This multi-use path is a 10-foot path within an urban shoulder and with the removal of one bike lane located on the same side of the roadway. Pros include most economical alternative for a multi-use path. 10-foot width further improves pedestrian comfort and provides separate shared facility for bicycles. Cons include larger footprint when compared to sidewalk alternatives, increased cost compared to sidewalk alternatives. Bikes and pedestrians share same path, requires piped drainage system to manage stormwater, and high property impact due to limited use of walls. The first multi-use path alternative cost is estimated at $2.8 million for Segment 1 and $2.1 million for Segment 2. A combined cost for the entire project is estimated at $4.7 million. The second alternative is shown on this slide, and with this alternative, it's a 10-foot multi-use path within an urban shoulder and with maintaining the existing bike facilities. So the first alternative removed the bike facility. This one maintains the bike facility. So you can imagine the impact is greater. That being said, pros include 10-foot width further improves pedestrian comfort and separate bike facilities option. However, cons include higher cost for multi-use path, requires some retaining walls, larger footprint with high impact to property, bikes and pedestrians shares the same path, requires pipe drainage system to manage stormwater and increase impervious surface area. The second multi-use path cost is estimated at $4.3 for Segment 1 and $2.8 for Segment 2. A combined cost for the entire project is estimated at $6.8 million. The last alternative is Alternative 3. This alternative was studied. It included retaining walls to mirror the sidewalk alternative number 3 and make some comparison and compare apples to apples when it comes to comparison between the two and minimizing impact to property. Similar to the first multi-use path alternative, this alternative is shown within an urban shoulder and with the removal of one bike lane located on the same side of the roadway with extensive use of walls to limit impacts to adjacent property. Pros include most expensive multi-use path alternative, 10 feet width, further improves pedestrian comfort and low impact to property. However, cons include increased cost due to extensive use of retaining walls, bike and pedestrians share same path, requires pipe drainage system to manage stormwater and increase impervious surface area. The third multi-use path option cost is estimated at $4.4 million for Segment 1 and $2.4 for Segment 2. A combined cost for the entire project is estimated at $6.6 billion. I know this was a lot of information. On the next 3 slides, we will show 3 different tables. We will compare similar alternatives as they are highlighted with similar colors. The table you see in front of you is a table for cost comparison for the entire project. So this includes segment 1 and segment 2. Excuse me. The cost comparison for alternatives on the entire alignment from South Millage Avenue to College Station Road concepts with similar impact to property and level of retaining wall use have been compared and are shown with 2 different colors. The orange color represent multi-use path alternatives 5 and 6 compared with sidewalk alternative number 2, as they all have the same shoulder type, minor use of retaining walls, and high impact to adjacent property. The green color represent sidewalk and multi-use path alternatives compared with sidewalk alternative number 3, as they all have major use of retaining walls with low impact to adjacent property. Following the orange highlighted rows, multi-use path alternative 5 and 6 cost increased by $1.3 million and $3.4 million, corresponding to 38 and over 100% increase, respectively, when compared with sidewalk alternative 2. Following the green highlights rows, sidewalk alternative 4 and multi-use path alternative 7 cost increased by $400,000 and $664,000, corresponding to 7% and over 11% increase, respectively, when compared with sidewalk alternative number 3. On the next slide, in similar perspective, this is showing cost comparison for all these alternatives following the same method, however, only on segment 1. And this segment starts from South Millage and it ends at Riverbend Parkway. Bottom line, following the orange highlighted rows, multi-use path alternative 5 and 6 cost increased by $1.1 million and 2.6, corresponding to 68 and over 100% increase, respectively, when compared with sidewalk alternative 2. Following the green highlighted rows, sidewalk alternative 4 and multi-use path alternative 7 cost increased by $113,000 and $236,000, corresponding to 3% and 6% increase, respectively, when compared with sidewalk alternative 3. Just want to remind you that this was not recommended by Athens-in-Motion to move forward as a segment. The second segment is the one that was recommended, and we'll look at the next slide. Stephen, thank you. So again, highlighting alternative 3 sidewalk, which is shown as a number 3 concept, highlighted in green, with a cost estimate at $1.883 million, is the recommended option by Athens-in-Motion Commission, with an added option for bike enhancement. Again, following the same method here, multi-use path alternatives 5 and 6 cost increase by $234,000 and $942,000, corresponding to 13 and 52% increase, respectively, when compared to sidewalk alternative 2. Following the green highlighted rows, sidewalk alternative 4 and multi-use path alternative 7 cost increased by $288,000 and $521,000, corresponding to 15 and 28% increase, respectively, when compared with sidewalk alternative 3. Just like to remind you that the green color or highlighted colors represent minimal impact to property through the utilization of retaining walls. Therefore, these alternatives are higher in cost. On the next slide, we have somehow, we're not able to get Athens-in-Motion written recommendation in time to provide you guys with a PowerPoint presentation, and later learned that this slide really have no use, and we had some information that was incorrect, reflecting incorrect information from Athens-in-Motion. So we decided to delete it altogether. Stephen, if you want to go back to it, just a second. And on this slide, we were
You want me
showing.
to go back?
Yes.
You want me to go back to
the deleted slide?
Sorry.
Just yeah, right there. So slide 24, if you have downloaded or viewed this PowerPoint presentation, you may have seen a typical section with an added pavement widening of 2 feet. That was not the explicit recommendation by Athens-in-Motion. Athens-in-Motion explicit recommendation was generic to improve bike facilities in general, not necessarily widening the road. On the next slide, and thank you, Stephen, for going back, we also had to revise the budgeting line to reflect that recommendation correctly at the bottom on this slide. And I'll start talking about the funding strategy from the top here. And per Athens-in-Motion recommendation, including a sidewalk alternative, number 3 at a cost of $1.883 million, and with additional bike enhancement to existing bike facilities at an added estimate cost of $150,000, the funding strategy is as follows. The 2018 TSPLOST project number 12 will fund $1.883 million from existing $4.2 million, including UGA contribution of $125,000. And the 2011 SPLOST project number 6 will fund the $150,000 for bike enhancement to be incorporated during future resurfacing anticipated in calendar year 2023 or later. The 2018 TSPLOST project number 11, which is the bike enhancement program, with the current encumbered and expensed funds, including expected cost for Barber Street multi-use path, we currently have approximately $15,000, or would have $15,000 left in that account for any future bike programs. And please note that the current cost for Cherokee Road approved concept, Jefferson River Road approved concept, and Barber Street planned concept are estimates and do not reflect final cost for these projects. We'll move next to, we still have a couple slides to go, and we can go back and answer any questions you guys may have. On the next slide, our next steps for this project include public engagement, as Stephen mentioned, and survey that may start as early as last year in December, but will continue for a minimum of 3 weeks in January. SPLOST and TSPLOST Citizen Oversight Committee reviews. These will be scheduled. We were looking at as early as December, and we can do these as late as January, the first 2 weeks in January. Concept agenda approval for this project is set for February 2nd, 2021. Following concept approval, we'll be working on a memorandum of understanding with UGA to secure the funds and align our easement and right-of-way acquisition effort. On the next slide.
Ronnie,
yes.
Real quick, pointing out with public engagement, usually we try and set aside at least 2 weeks. We've changed this to 3 weeks in this case, just knowing with the holidays, late December is not the best time to try and get public input. So instead of just shifting it to January, we're just going to leave it open longer to get their feedback.
Correct. On the next slide, this is a snapshot of the progress we have made as far, with Tier 1 projects going through concept approval and preliminary design phases. Barber Street multi-use path concept is next, where we will present to you concept developed with costs on February 9, 2021, following the capital improvement process, into agenda setting set for, or at least scheduled on our end, on April 6, 2021. On the next slide, oh, this is the end. I know this has been a lot of information. Please take us back to anywhere we need to, and we're happy to answer any questions you have.
So in sum, we're doing one sidewalk segment and one short segment of bike improvement for a total of about $2.2 million. Is that right?
So just to point out, the recommendation from Athens-in-Motion would be the short segment of sidewalk from College Station to Riverbend Parkway, and then future bike improvements along the entire corridor.
And so is the future bike improvements along the corridor the $470,000 that's in their recommended option?
It's the $150,000 that would happen in a future annual paving cycle. So when we go back and pave all of Riverbend, we would focus on improving those bike lanes, potentially putting in the green thermo, adding some transitions to kind of help people onto the bike lanes that are already existing on Riverbend Parkway, that kind of thing.
So just the $1.8 or $1.9 million for right now.
That's right. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. All right. Any questions?
I have a couple of questions.
Go ahead, Melissa.
What is the speed limit on Riverbend Road?
Currently, it's 40 miles per hour.
And do you have an idea of the trips per day? How many what the traffic's like, the volume of traffic on that road?
I don't have, unfortunately. I know it's classified as local, but that local is generic because it could be local collector, local.
And what is the pedestrian traffic like on there? I mean, you primarily have large apartment complexes and a UGA facility. There's no commercial facilities on that corridor or any future possibility of commercial development, is there?
Not to my knowledge, and this subject was also discussed by Athens-in-Motion members during last meetings. Yes.
I mean, and I'm concerned about these kind of scrawny 4-foot bike lanes on a 40-mile-per-hour road. The future bike improvements, when this road comes around for paving, would that leave room for some kind of protected bike lane and some traffic calming? I feel like bike lanes aren't really recommended on roads with, at least non-protected ones on roads with that kind of speed, especially not little 4-foot ones. Do you know, like, the width of the road, would it accommodate something more substantial than a 4-foot bike lane?
And unfortunately, per the information we have today, the travel lanes are at 11 feet. It's not recommended that we go any less than that. The bike lanes measured are 4 feet or less. Mainly they're, 3 feet and 10 inches. And some areas where grass have grown over, we can clip those under our maintenance. But as a standard, when this road was constructed, it was a 4-foot bike facility.
So again, I want to bring up the idea of multi-use paths that are, more in the range of 7 feet wide, especially in corridors that are not necessarily urban and not necessarily getting, super heavy bike and pedestrian traffic. Prince Avenue folks bike on the sidewalk there all the time, and it's probably about 6 feet wide. And, I know it's not legal, but I think you got to be crazy to bike with traffic in Prince Avenue, quite frankly. I just like to, have us look at these standards and evaluate them, based on the urban, rural, and suburban settings that we're asking for these improved facilities in, and based on the volume of that bike and pedestrian traffic. I'd rather see us get a narrower multi-use path where those bikes are removed from the traffic than having a measly 4-foot bike lane in your 5-foot sidewalk. I mean, I just feel like, I don't know if Athens-in-Motion has had this discussion or if they need to have this discussion, but
they did as part of the creation of the bike ped master plan.
I wonder if they should go back to that, especially, I mean, it certainly makes sense when you're in town with a lot of dense urban neighborhoods and a lot of commercial destinations in close range. But I feel like in some of these more suburban and rural settings, we can compromise a little on that width.
Definitely encourage a conversation with incoming Commissioner Myers or others who are on the AIM.
And it would also be a discussion with the attorney's office as well to talk about if we can see a variance from that minimum width that could be considered a multi-use path.
Is that a state? Is that a
That's
state
correct.
thing?
That's right.
I mean, maybe that's something we need to talk to our legislators with. I mean, I brought that up before too. If we can talk to them about more variables for mixed multi-use paths and shared bike pedestrian facilities.
Melissa, did you have anything about this segment in particular you wanted staff to take a look at?
I mean, I'm more concerned about the high cost and the safety of bike facilities. And I do have some questions about UGA's objection to, if someone could explain UGA's objection to the AIM recommended option.
So there is no objection to what AIM is currently recommending. Though I will say that in looking back at AIM's recommendation, the biggest reason that they picked that segment was just because of the incredibly high cost of the others that are accommodating the ask to not impact property there. So that really is the big cost comparison when you look at those going back to that slide that showed green versus orange. It's the use of retaining walls so that we don't impact the property owners there, which for the majority of those properties are UGA owned.
Mm-hmm. What are the impacts on the properties if we were to go without that high cost retaining wall option?
It would include.
Ronnie, do we have a slide that shows? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, we don't have a slide to show exactly what they are, but they do include easements and right-of-way, as right-of-way from UGA has not been documented to be 40 in some areas and not 80 as it's for the majority of this corridor. Some areas along the next to the golf course and the pecan farm, the right-of-way shown goes all the way up to almost the center of the road. So there is needed right-of-way there. If we don't have UGA working with us, and I don't know, there's further communication to be made.
Structures in the way that would
No, there's not.
No, it's
No.
just.
Correct.
Are there excessive amounts of large trees?
No, there's not.
It's just they don't want public on. They don't want to give up a few feet of UGA property for the public good, basically.
I don't know.
So is there some topo there? That would be their rationale for
I know the area
native.
very well. I probably need to take a ride out there and look, but I'm really disturbed by that. I mean, UGA many years ago passed a huge increase in their parking fees to discourage people from driving to campus. They want them to take public transportation and walk and bike, and yet they're not willing to, work with us on some easements to enable these facilities, especially considering we've got lots of student housing on this property. And actually some of that student housing is more workforce housing these days. I've been out to those apartments in recent years and there's evidence of families living in them.
Melissa, I'd definitely encourage a field visit and perhaps staff can kind of facilitate that. Anyone else?
I have a couple questions.
Go ahead.
I was wondering if you could explain, if someone could explain just how, I know UGA is going to contribute to paying for a portion of this, which is encouraging. And I guess I was wondering if anyone could explain how that came about and if there's perhaps a path forward to see if they'd contribute more if we moved forward with the option they prefer over what it sounds like would be a more affordable option, but one they disprefer to complete that whole segment along segment 2.
Sure. So we have to go back a few years to kind of start at the beginning of those discussions when this was really just a sidewalk discussion and actually a request at that very far kind of north end of the project where UGA facilities up there. This was brought by staff who works in those science buildings up there and travel up to College Station to the bus stop there. So that short distance was something they had heavy requests for sidewalk improvements there, and we looked at sort of a percentage split on that segment, and for both design and construction and what we thought it would cost to do a sidewalk there. And with that percentage split, we got to $125,000. And that's where we sort of ended the discussion with them on their contribution. This was then rolled into as an Athens-in-Motion project and became a much larger concept. And really discussions with UGA didn't start back until later in the process. When we came back to them, they said, that segment that we talked about before is really the portion that they felt was deemed the most critical and they wanted to contribute to. And so that's where funding discussions really stopped. Not to say they couldn't restart, but that's sort of how we got to a much larger project, but still $125,000 allocated from EGA.
Okay, thanks for sharing that background. I guess, echoing some of the concerns raised by Commissioner Link, I mean, if we want to, we want to work to accommodate their requests, but also meet the needs of the people who need to get along that corridor, many of whom probably work at or attend UGA. I'd love to maybe pursue that discussion further, see if we could get more of a commitment from them to work with them on their preferred option to expand this network further up the road. And the other question I had was just about the money. It sounded like we were pulling from 3 different TSPLOST pots to kind of pay for this. Is that right?
So 2 TSPLOST and then some remaining SPLOST 2011 funds.
Okay, so it sounds like if we go with the Athens-in-Motion recommended option, and maybe I just misheard the numbers, but we would have money left over still in those pots. Is that right?
That's right. So with the recommended option focused on segment 2 and then future bike improvements, we would have enough money left in the project TSPLOST Project 12, which is pedestrian projects. We'd still have about $2.3 million. So that's maybe about enough for 1 or 2 more sidewalks. For the TSPLOST Project 11, we're really already at the end of that funded pot of money if we take into account the Cherokee Road multi-use path that just got approved and Jefferson, and then the anticipated Barber Street, which is going to be the most expensive one we bring to you. So with those in mind, that really is already spoken for mostly. So we got creative and we looked at what SPLOST 2011 bike funds allowed, and that was that gave us about $1 million to work with for that. So we would still have about it says $900,000 or $898 left over if we paid for bike improvements. But a reminder that we also have some striping for Rock Springs, Hole, and Lumpkin that we've approved to add bike lanes there. So we'd really be talking about $700,000 left in that fund.
Okay, and so if we go forward with the Athens-in-Motion recommendation, the only place there's money left over after that is a couple million for sidewalks specifically, and that doesn't have to go toward Riverbend. That could go anywhere else that we want sidewalks.
Any other Athens-in-Motion plan project we could put it toward.
Okay, and did the committee discuss where they might want it to go?
Great question. I think that'd be something to bring back to Athens-in-Motion to see, what we started with at the beginning of Athens-in-Motion were was a kind of a 2-year short-term goal with 5 pedestrian projects and 5 bike projects. And so at this point, I believe we've met all of the first 5 pedestrian projects and included a King Avenue project that we did in-house, and then the 3 that are shown here, plus Riverbend. So it's time to kind of revisit those tier 1 projects and ask them what's next for sidewalk projects.
Okay, yeah, I'd love to hear that. And then I guess also, while the iron's hot, so to speak, if it seems like continuing the sidewalk up Riverbend would be a priority if we had the funds, I wonder if leveraging those existing funds in a negotiation with UGA about trying to get them to maybe match our paying for it. If the committee of Athens-in-Motion thinks that that's an important place for it to go.
And I don't want to speak for them necessarily. Based on some feedback I've got, I think their first priority would be focusing on the bike lanes across the entirety of Riverbend. And then if they're, the second priority would really be looking at the remaining sidewalk gap there. But as Commissioner Link pointed out, that 150,000 in bikes that they're recommending now is really more for, visibility on those existing 4-foot lanes. It's not enough to do widening.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Others?
Mayor, I just a couple of quick questions.
Yeah.
So I guess with UGA's involvement, were we given very specific reasons for why they did not want us to be encroaching that far in? Is there specific land use reasons? Were we given any specifics?
Ronnie, I'll let you speak to that, as you were the last to speak with our rep over there.
That's a great question, and we try to get more from UGA, and we got the statement in writing and we quoted it, and we asked them, hey, we're going to quote you on this, and they said okay. It's very simple from their perspective, is that we encourage any connectivity approach, but we are concerned and remain unsupportive if the alternative or the work would impact UGA properties. And they like the way it looks today. They like the greenery, the shrubs, the trees, the fences. That's what we're getting from them. Now, anything is possible, and further communication may change. And I did not get that impression during communication with UGA.
Okay, I appreciate that, Ronnie. That you gave us that quoted that there to us. I assumed there was something more, but I guess there wasn't. Yeah.
Yes. No, this is verbatim. Yes, sir.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you. I appreciate that. And on the Greenhouses Drive sidewalk there, with the 125K that UGA is going to be committing to that, is that 125K going to pay entirely for that stretch? Or are we going to have to also pay in? Is it just going to be funding that we're going to have to also pay into it?
So that cost estimate was put together early on back in 2018, and it happened just before the creation of Athens-in-Motion and how this project became Tier 1. UGA interest and UGA's feedback from students and class or work class citizens of Athens-Clarke County utilizing the corridor for walking or biking became obvious. And we had, with Athens-in-Motion, when we put that together, there was a lot of input from Riverbend Road. So all that put together pushed the Riverbend Road to be on the top 5 that was recommended by by Mayor and Commission, or approved by Mayor and Commission as recommended by Athens-in-Motion plan. That being said, the 2 segments are not created equal when you look at their pedestrian, activities. And Athens-in-Motion, the current Athens-in-Motion, they looked at that. Some of these members are current users of that corridor in terms of biking and pedestrian. Like they walk it, they actually bike it, and they recently biked it and walked it, some of those members, and discussed their findings during and before they made their vote and selecting alternative number 3, segment 2 only, based on what they have seen out there. So there has been a lot of work done. I'm sure this can use more work and eyes looking at this, and contribution from you and the citizens of Athens-Clarke County.
And Ronnie, I think to zero in on the question a little more, that 600 feet that they're talking about, I don't believe 125,000 covers the cost of that piece of sidewalk. It's probably a percentage that Drew Raisler came to an agreement with UGA to cover for that portion.
Okay. I thought that's how I remembered it too. That's why I asked that question. So, and I'm trying to be very, very diplomatic here. But from what I'm understanding is that this is on our radar, and there's definite need there. I completely agree. But this was put on our radar by request from UGA, very much a partnership. And I'm now feeling somewhat like our partner is not necessarily being a partner right now. So I mean, I would like us to possibly still consider, trying to more strongly negotiate with them, just so that we can make sure that we have safe pedestrian cycling access for this entire corridor. I mean, connecting the Millage Avenue, that's a in the future, that is going to be a massive connectivity there. It is. There's just growth that's happening there. UGA has many facilities there also. So I see the need there, and it makes a lot of sense for us to be doing this all at one time. But I'm a little disappointed that we're in this situation whenever we were asked to come to the table by UGA. So I'd like us to explore, trying to negotiate with them, and also possibly explore moving ahead, even potentially without UGA's enthusiastic support here.
Thanks, Tim. Any others before I circle back to Melissa?
Oh, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I would just say, I'm kind of over the painted bike lanes. I'm just over it. No parent in this community is going to feel safe sending a kid under the age of 10 on one of these bike lanes, a so-called bike lane. And so I'm reading these recommendations, and I don't think they're coming from folks who have kids that bicycle. This road has a 40-mile-per-hour speed limit. I know I would certainly feel uncomfortable riding with my son down that corridor. So I just reiterate, the paint and the stripes is just, it's inadequate for me. I would almost rather not even spend the money on that. I mean, I hesitate to even spend the money on that. I think when we look at that segment 2, Ronnie, could you go back to that slide with the segment 2 costs on it, please? Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah, that one. Okay, this one, multi-use path is 13% more. So, we get a separate facility with a curb protecting bicyclists and pedestrians. I mean, to me, that's just a superior option here. You get a 13% cost increase, but you get a much better facility. And then down the road, maybe we can, negotiate a little bit more on segment 1 with UGA. But this here is going to connect Millage down through to Riverbend Parkway, which is a large residential area with many multifamily houses, heavy transit use. I don't see how I also just want to say, it's not a con to have bicycles share space with pedestrian as long as you have a multi-use path. That's okay. That's better. That's better than having bicycles share a road with no protection with a 40-mile-per-hour speed limit. Okay, a separated facility like what we're talking about, that's a pro for bicycles, especially for kids, for families, for people of all ages. They feel that security with the curb. So, for me, this is a slam dunk for me. When you look at the Sidewalk 2 costs, segment 2 costs, comparative, number 2 down to number 5, 13% more for multi-use. And
would it be imagined that if that was to be the path pursued, we would then not incur the $150,000 cost of some striping upgrades?
Good point, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, no need for any of that striping stuff, thermoplastic, throw that out, put that somewhere else, make a rainbow crosswalk with that bucket, and build this nice separate facility. I think we've done a great job on Cherokee, on Jefferson River Road. We made some real progress here that I'm proud of. We're building this lasting network that creates a safe place for people of all ages, separated from the cars. That's the key distinction for me here. So thanks, y'all.
Any others? Melissa, did you want to follow up?
Yeah, just one quick. First of all, I agree with Commissioner Edwards. And second of all, do we have power of eminent domain over UGA? Do we have that card in our pocket? Just asking.
We do not. They are the state, and we don't have any power of eminent domain over that.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Everybody ready? All right. Ronnie, Stephen, we really appreciate it. Thanks a bunch. I know you had a lot to work with.
Thank you, guys.
That's okay. One thing to offer y'all, there's so many options out here that when we get to an agenda, I'm sure that there may be a CDO that pops up. Please reach out if you need help with crafting that. Staff would certainly be willing to help out.
Thanks. Yeah, this was very well put together with all these options. Thanks, guys. Good job.
Thank
Absolutely.
you.
Thanks, y'all.
Although I don't think it's a con to have bicyclists and pedestrians share a multi-use path. That's my only quibble. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. I think we are going to move on to a conversation around our transit update. And we've got Butch McDuffie with us.
Good evening, everyone. Manager Williams, were you going to say anything before I start?
Well, just by way of introduction, for someone who needs no introduction, we're coming to you tonight because in the wake of the CARES Act funding, you did award some funds to Athens Transit to continue fare-free, and that has come to a close. And, we need to understand the direction the commission wants to take for the balance of the year. It does come at a cost. Simultaneously, we need to negotiate an agreement, which happens with the University of Georgia each year. And of course, COVID has thrown all this into considerable question and financial impact. And thirdly, we felt like tonight's update to you was important as a prelude running up to the FY22 budget formulation. So ACCGov Transit Director Butch McDuffie has some good information to share, and of course we're interested in hearing your feedback. Thank you, Butch.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'll share my screen, everyone, and we'll start talking about what we got going on here. Just give me one moment.
Greatest mustache in Northeast Georgia right there, guys. Gals.
Alrighty, folks. Well, thank you, everybody. And honestly, if we were in the chamber or the Blaine auditorium, I'd say everybody stand up and wave their hands and stuff like that, and take a good stretch, because I know we're almost 3.5 hours into this, but I'll try to be as brief as I can with our comments. And like the managers were saying, a lot of things have gone on since I talked to you in July, and of course, a lot of things have gone on in the transit world since March. But I really want to talk about the quick things tonight. We're going to talk about our system ridership for 21 and the performance of our system, our current service levels. I'll kind of give you some histories on our operating budget, what the outlook for 2022 is looking like. Like the manager said, what are we going to do for the rest of 21 and throughout 22 when it comes to fare free options, and looking at our upcoming 2023 to 2027 transit development plan, which is really just around the horizon for us. Actually, if I get my pointer going down here to show you a few things here, I'd like to point out, if you'll look at what's happening from 2015 until 2020, we've seen a huge shift in our ridership demographic, and actually in our overall ridership as well. In 2015, we were pushing on 1.6 million riders. Of that 1.6 million riders, getting close to over 55%, 56% were UGA affiliated, which is shown here in the red columns, of course. As we transitioned out into 2020, that UGA ridership has dropped to 435,000 rides, which is really about 35% of our overall ridership. And we maintained pretty well up through 2018, but in 2019 and 2020, we saw some significant drops in ridership, and it started a little bit earlier than that, but we actually were able to recover some of those trips. A lot of the reasons those things changed are because travel patterns in our communities have changed. We had the university start operating some services to the remote satellite campuses like health sciences or the vet med school that's over on College Station Road. We lost ridership from those. The other things that we saw were the things like Whitehall, all the apartment complexes started running their own shuttles and shuttle from all those vans and everything. We have more access to automobiles right now. And of course, Uber and rideshare really took a big chunk out of what was going on. The final thing that we really noted that was going on with our ridership, especially in between 18 and 20, was the change in the downtown demographics. The number of bedrooms that are within walking distance of downtown changed exponentially. I mean, several thousand new bedrooms are down there now with a new mark and things that are happening in those areas. But UGA students or affiliated folks are not riding the bus as much as they used to. Conversely, we've seen our year-round ridership go up every year, and they continue to go up, and it's proportionally, I should say. And that's making a huge difference. That's what's going down. So overall, before COVID-19 became an issue, the ridership in this period was down about 20% from 1.5, 1.6 million. And this year, we're actually estimating it to come up to be probably less than 800,000. Now, jumping a little forward here, let's talk about 20 and 21 ridership year to date. Now, this is year to date numbers as of the end of October this year, basically July 1 to October 31st. In 2020, by this time of the year, we'd already provided almost 500,000 rides, of which just over 50% was UGA affiliated. This year, however, between July 1st and the end of October, we've only provided about 188,000 rides, of which less than 10,000 are university affiliated. And that's a very big issue for us, because looking at that, that means their ridership is down 97% on the year, and overall ridership is down over 60% on the year. So what we're seeing right now is really only transit-dependent riders are using the bus these days. If an individual has an opportunity, if they're a choice rider, which most university affiliated riders are, if they've got a different option, they're using those options. People just really, in my opinion, they're afraid to ride the bus with other folks because they're afraid of exposure to COVID-19. One of the things that we're also looking at on an industry-wide basis, is currently our projections are that transit ridership nationwide will not get above pre-COVID-19 levels for potentially another 24 plus months. We have to wait until the pandemic is over, things are under control. We get, everybody gets inoculated, or those that choose to get inoculated, and people become comfortable riding in a vehicle, and sometimes a very crowded vehicle, with other individuals who may not be anywhere close to their family group. Now, what this has done, and this again is October numbers, is changed our our performance measures immensely. Or like I said, ridership's down 56%. The numbers by the end of November it's over 60 now. Riders per mile, riders per hour. That's how we gauge ourselves with other systems across the country. If we say we're doing 2 passengers per mile and UGA is doing 1, we're doing twice as good as they are. Revenues this year, they're gone. We decided, and our convention, we appreciate you doing this for our citizens, decided to go fare free. We went fare free March 17th. And although only for a couple of weeks, right when we first got back in the first part of August, we collected only a few fares then, but really our fares have dropped 100%. So we've lost $700,000+ is the estimate coming on this year, that our fare revenue will be down. The other thing that we actually have seen, though, is we don't see the need for those high frequency routes. The routes 12, the routes 14, the College Station Road areas and stuff. We're not operating 2, 3, and 4 buses an hour on some of these routes. So what we've done, and of course we made this recommendation to the manager, and we're continuing it at this time, we're only operating 16 buses an hour. That's exactly what we do every summer or anytime UGA is on a break schedule, just like we would over the last several years. This is what we run on a regular basis. However, we have started closing the shutting down our services at 7 p.m. and each night, and our weekend services, they've also remained unchanged. If we were operating regular services, we'd be operating 24 buses hourly on weekdays and closing at 9 p.m. That actually has helped us in some ways. If you notice, our miles are down about 31%, hours are down about 29%. Well, that actually is translated into about a 10% savings on our budget this year, because we're bringing those vehicles off the streets about 2.5 hours early every night, and we're also not running as many during the daytime. That's going to help us out a little bit as we finish out FY21. As far as our budget history, what I'd like you to note on this is in 2015, we were running just below $6 million a year in services. That was broken up between fare box revenue, federal revenue, and general fund revenue. And that's how we were paying for our services in 2015. Again, at that time, the unified government was putting in about $1.9 million in general fund contribution. And you can note on the graph here how it has changed up until 2017, where we were close to $2.4 million in general fund contribution, but our fare box revenue had gone down. Our federal money had gone up a little bit, but not significantly. But it's still, this is what happened. In 2018, because of our challenges with general fund contributions and what was going on with our government trying to save as much money as we could, we started using what's known as the net position of the Transit Enterprise Fund. At that time, we had a little over $3 million, which basically was revenues that had been allocated, but they hadn't been spent on operating. So we carried them forward into the next fiscal year. So we started using those funds And you'll see in 2018, we spent about 700,000 of that. 2019, 950,000, and 2020, $822,000. Well, that changed that general fund contribution from $2.4 million down to $1.7 million. And that makes a big difference when it came to helping our government meet all its goals across the community. But we depleted pretty much all of those funds. What that also changed was currently, I should say, as FY20, the general fund contribution was down over 30% from the previous years. Now, when you get into FY21, I want to notice, and I don't know about you guys, but I can't see the top box for the pop-up windows here. But our budget here this year, we did really good because we got the CARES Act money. It's 100% funding for everything that we're doing. 5.9 million in this area right here. But just to point something out, this is FY21. And FY21, our budget for the transit department is actually $16,000 less than it was in 2015. And we're doing a lot of good things still and making a lot of things happen. So we need to remember that over these years, when we've gone back to the general fund, and as we go into the coming year, we're going to be asking for more general fund dollars. And I want to help remind everyone that we've done a good job managing our budgets over these years in order to get to the point where we're at today. Now, that's where the fare free question comes in. Because before I get into the FY21 and 22 continuation, we need to understand what's going on with fare free. Of course, the decision was made to remain fare free through January 1st, 2021. Well, that's only about 20 days or so away, and we need some guidance on that. Currently, we're budgeted to start charging fares again to adults and UGA-affiliated riders on January 2nd when we come back from the holiday. I know the commission had a goal of remaining fare-free, hopefully through 2022 or into 2022, and that's a big issue and something we need to think about. The manager mentioned earlier, we need to talk about a contract with the University of Georgia for the coming year. Well, many of you are familiar with what STIC funding is. STIC is Small Transit Intensive Cities. That's where we meet or exceed the national averages for cities of 1 million plus in 6 different ridership categories, whether it's passengers per mile, passengers per hour, etc. We do that, and this year we did that in 5 categories. However, we cannot do it as Athens-Clarke County Transit alone. We used University of Georgia numbers for that to get to that point. That being said, this year, those STIC dollars are just over $1 million. The STIC credit that we have been giving the University of Georgia is 60% of what the STIC funds are off the cash value of the trips that they take. Now, if they're not taking trips, that cash value goes way down, and it went down last year and the year before as well. So the way the STIC funds are coming out this year, if we go to the university to write a contract with them, it's going to be a $0 contract, and we could ultimately look at they providing more in value in STIC funds than the cash value of the actual trips they take. So that means the charge to UGA next year would be $0. Now, cash fares, on the other hand, is a completely different animal. What it does is it impacts our most economically challenged citizens out there in the community, our transit-dependent population. And those are the folks that ride the bus every day. Those are the ones I was talking about earlier who only have the bus as an option. They ride the transit service because that's the only way they got to get around, and they can't afford other options. When we have fare-free transit, that helps this population. It helps that transit-dependent population economically. It puts a little money back in their pockets, and it eliminates their barriers to jobs, increases their mobility, to shopping, medical care, etc. And what happens when a single mother with maybe 2 children that's economically challenged is putting $40, $50, $60, $80 a month into that fare box? When she's not doing that, she's putting that money back in the local economy and other means. So here's what our projection is looking like for next year, in FY22. Generally, like I said earlier, the local government, local funding in net position, general fund, or a mixture of both, generally is around $2.2 to $2.5 million a year. That's to get $6 million worth of services, by the way. We'll also get about $700,000 out of the fare box. And I know that our commission has voiced the ideas, or some of our commissioners have voiced the idea that they'd like to be fare free. Well, if we do that going into this budget year, what you can anticipate seeing is something like these numbers here. Our federal contribution is going to be somewhere, grant would be somewhere around $2.6 million, and the transit department would be asking for $3.3 million to maintain our current service levels at the regular service level we generally would provide each year. Now, an option that I'd like you to think about for that, though, right now, if we're running this regular bus service, we're not using 24 buses an hour, and we're not closing at 9:45 p.m. If we were to remain at a temporarily reduced service level in FY22 for the duration of FY22, at only those 16 hourly buses I was talking about earlier, maintaining our weekend service and closing at 7 p.m., we could potentially change that request from $3.3 million to $2.9 million and get to the fare-free level that I know some of our commissioners has wanted to do. The other thing I want to emphasize on that is ridership is extremely low right now. Our cost per passenger right now is hovering somewhere around $5 per passenger. About $4.78 is the calculation I came up with earlier today on a per trip basis per passenger. Generally, that's around $2.25 to $2.30 per passenger in any given year. So, our upcoming transit development plan. We're required to do this transit development plan every 5 years by the feds. It impacts what they look at when our federal funding starts coming down to us. It looks at all the aspects of our community. It looks at citizens' travel patterns. It will look at COVID impacts this year, our community demographics, etc. It takes every single route in the system, every single neighborhood across our entire community, countywide, and reviews it in very detail down to the TAZ level, so that we know what's happening in all these block groups that are around our community. It looks at that ridership, takes all those routes into consideration. It looks at the transit services that we're providing. Those of you that were on the commission the last time we did this, the last 3 times we did this, I don't think we've got anybody that's been here for all 3 of them anymore. Maybe Commissioner Harrod might have been there. The first one we did was in 2005. But these things are very detailed. The one we have on our website right now is almost 500 pages long. But what we did the last time, we bring this back to you as a body, say we've had 6, 8, 10, actually I think last time we had 16 public meetings of some form or another, said here are the service recommendations we would like you to make, like you to consider as we move forward. And we've looked at everything, demographic areas, service equities across the board, and it's basically the plan for our future development for our system. So here we are. We know what our transit system does. Our transit system does a lot of great things for our community. We move a lot of people and a lot of times, and we get those people where they need to be when they need to be there, and we're very safe and very reliable. And we've got a great record for that kind of stuff. Currently, with the COVID-19 issues that we're dealing with and aspects that it could get worse in the rest of the winter and into the spring until we start getting past this thing, our ridership now is down more than 60%. People's travel patterns have changed. It's not the same bus service that people were riding last year. People aren't doing the same thing. They're not going out and traveling like they used to. And it's really not a good use of taxpayer dollars to run buses that are predominantly empty or only doing just a handful of passengers per hour. However, those handful of passengers per hour that are riding the bus, I'm very sure that they need that bus for a very specific reason. Like I said earlier, the national the outlook is we may not be back to where we were at to that 1.5 million trips per year for potentially up to 24 months, and maybe even longer. It's going to take a long time for folks to grow out of their COVID fears, and and hopefully over this next year that will happen, and we can all get past this. But I do think it's something we really must consider as we move forward. We know that our grants pay almost 45-46% of what we are doing out there without fare boxes. The fares, they do help cover those operating expenses. About, in this case, my estimate right now is about $700,000 coming into next year. But if that ridership stays down, that $700,000 might be $200,000. It might be less than that. We also know that fare-free service on the other side of the coin really does help those truly transit-dependent populations. We also know that without additional funding, we can't maintain the current services levels we're at today, even at the reduced level, much less the regular service level, or we can't expand anywhere. Just isn't enough money in the budget to do so. And we're going to have to replace that $2.5 million that I know we used it for other things across our community. I know it was very helpful to take that $2.5 million that transit would have gotten this year if there had not been for the CARES grant. But we're going to have to get that back, and then we're going to have to ask for some more above that. The idea of the temporary reduction of service, staying at 16 buses throughout the fiscal year of 2020-22, could save us about $400,000 and keep that request down from $3.3 million to about $2.9 million. And I got to say, just like I did back in July when I was in front of you last time, that we can't do any service expansions right now until after we figure out what's going on in 2022 and what's happening with the COVID and the pandemic. This transit development plan is going to get updated. It's going to change completely. It's really not going to be an update. It will be a new transit development plan, because everything we do today is not the same as what we were doing a year or so ago, or even 3 or 4 or 5 years ago. Our world has changed, and transit use has changed immensely. And of course, the bottom line is we're going to have to find additional funding in order to do so. So with that, I'd be happy to try to entertain any questions that you folks may have, and try to help you understand my perspectives.
Thanks, Butch. I appreciate all that information. It's really helpful. And thanks to your staff, despite this challenging time, see the same faces behind the wheel day in, day out on Doherty Street and Prince Avenue, Broad Street. So kudos to your crew for being stalwarts through this year. I always like to sort of cast transit, particularly right now, sort of in multi-year terms, as we think about what the prospects are, not just necessarily for fiscal 22, but 23. The commission, at least in concept, had previously endorsed that in the next TSPLOST round, we would look to set aside some portion of that for not only transit capital, but maintenance and operation as well, so that we could move to something at or close to fare free. And I remain interested in that. And so, I definitely want to encourage you and to encourage the commission to also be thinking about, what's 23 going to look like and beyond. So anyhow, interested in some input from members of the commission.
I got a couple of questions and comments, Mayor.
Go ahead, Tim.
Thanks. And Butch, of course, just echo everything the mayor said. You guys do fantastic work, and I really appreciate it. And it's even more important right now, like you said, for those people who rely upon public transit than is at any other time. So I would say, while obviously I don't think any of us are excited about a temporary reduction of service hours, I think our community and society in general, because this pandemic has done a little bit of that anyways. And if that can make us get there a little bit easier while still keeping zero fare through this year and therefore through the rest of this pandemic, I am definitely supportive of that, especially with us having to keeping that reduction in place makes it a little bit easier to swallow that additional amount of funding we put in place. And going back to the contract with UGA, which I know we have to get there. I've been advocating for us to kind of take a different approach with that contract, anyways, and kind of offer the UGA that we could go to them not having to pay in if we could simply take 100% share of that STIC funding if they will just continue reporting. And so I think this kind of forces our hand to do that anyways, and maybe looking at that contract moving forward in a similar way, which, hopefully within, like you said, the 24 months, hopefully sooner, I'll knock on wood, that we get back up to that STIC funding being, $300,000 level or so. And then hopefully be able to have UGA agree that we simply take that full purse, but not require them to pay in at all. So I'm definitely supportive of the measures that we're pushing there, and definitely second Mayor Gertz's push for us to be thinking about that, having that TSPLOST, and maybe kind of figuring out our way for us to get from where we are right now to when we could have that TSPLOST in place, and at that point a radically different funding model for public transit in general.
Commissioner, if I could address something just really quickly, the one thing about STIC funding that I think is often misunderstood is the unified government gets 100% of that STIC funding every year. It's the difference in the cash value of trips taken by University of Georgia affiliated students, faculty, and staff that makes up the actual cash that the university pays the local government to provide access, fare-free access, or with an ID card to our services. So we're already getting 100% of STIC. The thing is, they report voluntarily to the National Transit Database. And when that numbers go in, the feds don't look at the University of Georgia and Athens Transit as reporters. They look at Athens-Clarke County as a whole. And that's what changes that formula. And when you start splitting the hairs on how those different funding or different levels of service are looked at, this year, Athens Transit, I should say last year, not in 21, but in 20, Athens-Clarke County Transit qualified in one area standalone. The University of Georgia qualified for two areas standalone. And then when we combined our numbers, we qualified in the other two areas standalone. So that's how we got to that level. And so we need each other to do this to help bring revenue to the local government. But it's not like we're giving them STIC money.
Well, I mean, they take a percentage of the funding, and right, I mean, they do.
Off the cash value.
Off the cash value. So
right, but if their trips are below cash value, it's zero.
Correct, as we're seeing this year, which hopefully forever is an anomaly that we'll never see again, right?
Right.
And so, yeah, I'm just saying, like, because right now it is voluntary that UGA does this. I know they haven't always done this. So it's basically saying that we would like UGA to continue to voluntarily report this, and then we would no longer charge them and their students a fare that they pay in a late lump sum as they do now via our contract. And so we would, if we go back to our old numbers, end up having somewhere $350,000 or so come through STIC, while UGA not having to pay us anything at all for fare. So I think that's something that benefits UGA, but also benefits us, and allows us to get to that transition to a zero fare system.
And just following up on UGA, given your conversation with Tim, we don't have any reason to believe that they would not report to the feds. Is that correct?
No, sir, no, they're very good. We work with them very closely. They know it's a partnership, and our services complement each other. So I believe that the staff over there, they're good. They're great to work with, and we try to come to good, reasonable contract negotiations every year that help both bodies, and because both bodies benefit from the program.
Great.
I have
Good, Melissa.
Yeah, Butch, thank you for coming up with this. And I certainly agree that it makes sense to keep running at that reduced schedule into the foreseeable future. We had a Board of Health meeting last night. We got a presentation on potential vaccine distribution, and it's pretty clear that any mass vaccination isn't going to be hitting the general public until late spring or summer, which goes through the UGA year. And then you have the summer where we have reduced schedule anyways. So I think that you're presenting a perfectly logical solution to some of these issues.
Thank you.
Other folks?
I have a quick question. And again, it's more of a clarification. So, Butch, I understood you to say that we already get 100% of the stick money, but then the conversation you just had with Commissioner Denson seemed to indicate that UGA is getting some of that stick money. So could you just clarify once and for all exactly how that works for everybody that's listening?
Yes,
and
sir.
And then because as you know, UGA pays us a fee every year based upon the ridership, I guess, of the previous year. And so if we were to go to fare free, is the shortfall that you're talking about, does that include the money that UGA presently pays us, or is that simply from people dropping their coins in the fare box?
Well, your second question first, that is correct. It would be their fares that were paid through the contract and the fares that were collected through the fare box. Total, that $700,000 I was talking about earlier. We don't separate them. It's the same money. It's fare box money to us, but whether it comes through a contract, someone comes downtown and buys 122 ride passes, or they pay cash at the fare box when they board. It's all fare box revenue to us. Budget. So that's how that works. The clarification on the stick funding, really, this is the easiest way to say what we have, the contract we've had, and we've had a contract with the university since 1976 in some way, shape, or form that allowed faculty, staff, and students to ride the bus fare-free with a valid ID card. And it's purely based on trips taken. And we do some averaging so that we do a 3-year average so that there's not a large spike or drop in that ridership revenue. And then when they pay the best discounted rate that a citizen would pay went for every single trip. So if you go out and buy a 22 ride pass at the transit center, you pay about $1.42 a ride for your trip. The university pays about $1.42 ride for every trip that's taken by faculty, staff, or student. They swipe their ID card through the fare box. It's a magnetic stripe reader. We create a tally, and then we work the formula out from there. So what happens is once that formula is figured out, we come up with that 3-year average for ridership. Say it's a million rides at $1.40 a ride. We do the stick money comes in, and back when we set this up in 2012, 2013 timeframe, when stick first became a funding source that we could get into, basically the university ridership was 60% of our overall ridership. Year-round ridership was 40%. And besides splitting hairs between those 5 or 6 categories that change every single year, the agreement was made that we'd leave it at a 60-40 split. So what happens is that, say it's $1 million of stick money, that would be a $600,000 credit to the university off the cash value of, say, those million trips I was just talking about earlier. So you take that 60, for easy numbers, you take that $600,000 off. For their million trips, they would have paid us $400,000. And so the stick money always comes to the local government, regardless. It never passes through a university account. What it is, it's the credit off the cash value of those trips taken by university affiliated riders. The situation that we're in today is the stick revenues are going to be higher than the cash value of all the trips they took. And that's going to make a big difference, because that means, say well, really the numbers are somewhere in the neighborhood of, we're going to get about $300,000 more in stick revenue than the cash credit they would have got for the cash trips taken. So again, this coming year, it's really going to be a zero contract for the university. The other thing I want to remind everyone also is, under our federal guidelines, we have to sign about, actually the mayor, he signs assurances every year when we apply for these grants. There's about 30 different areas in there of compliance that we have to follow. And we tell them that we're not going to have more service in one area than the other, or we're not going to, be favorable to one group over another. When it comes back to that means we can't charge the university a fare and not charge a like individual. And in our case, that's our adult population, 18 to 65, the same fare. So the stick funding is really going to be depleted when it comes to, the stick funding is going to be a higher amount than what the actual cash contract would be from the university this year. Does that help, or are they muddy the waters?
No, it helps. I mean, I guess what I'm trying to think of, what if we were to go, fare free for everyone, then, as you say, based upon federal law and this, that, and the other, that would mean fare free for everyone, including
That's correct.
The University of Georgia. And so I guess, and maybe I'm not asking my question very well, and maybe I'm just not understanding it, but what does that do for the cash value of the stick funding we get from Washington?
Well, that would be it's really different animal is what it is. As long as the university continues to voluntarily report to their ridership numbers to the National Transit Database, that stick funding would still be factored into the overall formula. So if we're zero fares for everyone, that really doesn't matter when it comes to stick, because stick is based upon performance factors, whether we're doing X number of riders per hour, per mile, etc. So as long as the university is helping or doing reporting to the NTD, which is the National Transit Database, that would help bring additional revenue to the local government to help fund public transit services.
Okay,
so it's a great win. It's a great win to have them doing this. If it wasn't for the university participating in the National Transit Database and us working together to share these stick funds, we might be $500,000, $600,000, $700,000, $800,000 less in federal money for operating than what we are today.
No, that clarifies, and I agree. I mean, I think it's a great partnership with the university, and it's another example of how working with them helps the community. I think I must have misheard something you said earlier on, which confused what I thought I understood about the stick money, where I thought you had said that the cash value would be affected by the fare free, but I guess that's not what you said. So
no, sir, that's not correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, sir.
Melissa?
Yeah, I just want to add, it's shown that UGA ridership has gone down significantly in recent years, especially since we've invited, so much large-scale development in the downtown area where these kids can walk to campus. But one way we could encourage ridership of public transit is to reduce our parking minimums in that kind of development and discourage these students from bringing their cars. That way, when they do have errands to run or whatever, they would, have to opt for transit. Of course, they're taking Uber and stuff, but, transit is a more economical option. So I think that we need to look at these transit issues in the bigger picture of, what kind of development we encourage.
Thanks, Melissa. Someone else?
Yeah, I had a few questions.
Go ahead, Jesse.
And Butch, I've been enjoying this water bottle, this AC Transit water bottle. It's great. So thank you for that. And I echoing the praise people have given to your department, I also want to, we talked about COVID earlier, and there is seemingly no department that is struggling more than any other in terms of contracting COVID. And I really wanted to laud the transit department, who, is in very tight quarters on a bus, many of the employees all the time. Somehow not having a spike kind of wows me. So I think that's really amazing, and I'm glad that the employees of the transit department been able to stay safe.
We can put that credit on some of our staff and some of the measures we've put into place to help keep those distances and keep those buses clean and sanitized.
Yeah, and I know it's already kind of a struggle sometimes interfacing with whoever the heck might come on the bus, and so in being able to articulate the need to wear masks and convey those safe practices to the public, I really just want to applaud that. I think that's really amazing.
Thank you, sir. I'll pass that on.
I was hoping you could maybe go back to, I think it might be slide 3. It's the bar graph. It's probably my favorite chart of the night. And I really appreciate all the points you were raising earlier. It's the one before this. All the way back. One more back, I think. That one. Yeah.
Ridership.
Yeah. So one question I had is, in 2018, it shows not a spike in overall ridership, but definitely a spike in non-UGA affiliated ridership. And I was wondering if you could explain why that may be, that it went up and back down.
Those are always hard to do, sir. They're really challenging. I don't know. Well, actually, yes, I do. That's the year we went Fair Free with Youth. It was Fair Free Youth. Yes, sir.
That's right.
That's exactly what it was. It was Fair Free Youth. It sure was. When we went to Fair Free Ridership for Youth, we had a huge spike in ridership. And if you'll notice, the university's ridership dropped a lot between those 2 years as well. But yeah, that was the year we went to Rides Free for Youth, and we saw some great ridership experience. And I have to say, our system has done very well over the years. Of course, our pandemic issue in the last year has caused challenges. Prior to the pandemic coming on in the February-March timeframe, we actually were up about 10% on the year to date, as of, say, in January, on overall ridership. So our ridership was coming back up, and we probably would have been back in that 2.2 million range, or maybe 2.4 million range by the end of the fiscal year, if we hadn't had COVID-19 come along. The programs we've got work well when you don't have fears of contracting this disease.
Well, heck yeah. And I love that as a preface for it. It sort of demonstrates the effectiveness, I think, of Fare Free increasing ridership. And so we're seeing, this year, as you pointed out, that 800,000 rides are people who don't really have any other option. So this is an option for some, but a need for many, at least a need times 800,000, it seems like. And so when we get back to a world where hopefully people will want to exercise the option, I think this year is an opportunity for us to think about how we can design a system that really makes that option attractive to people. And I'm thinking about how the people who require these rides are largely lower income folks. And I think at this time, piggybacking on what we were talking about earlier with the vote to extend some funds for people in a housing crisis, I would also see this as a service that we need to extend. I would hope at least through February 3rd. I'm wondering if I can get clarity from the manager or the mayor on if we need to vote in order to keep this fare free for a certain period of time beyond the end of the year, or if that's just something that can be understood in this meeting and then revisited in the next budget cycle.
Well, you bring up a good point, and Commissioner Hull, and that's something that prompted us to bring this before you. The $150,000 that the mayor and commission awarded, went fairly quickly. We've been trying to operate this. It doesn't do to change the fares back and forth a lot. It confuses people and catches folks unawares. We are continuing to accumulate a deficit, without charging for fares. But it's offset, y'all, by the lower ridership too. So if you're going to do such a thing, it's having less of an impact than a normal year, if that makes sense. So what I'd like to do, I have thought about coming back with a more formal request of y'all to act upon, but I really wanted to hear tonight's discussion, along with Butch. And, again, we're trying to accomplish several things tonight, read the tea leaves for the future, the budget impacts, the negotiations with UGA, and what your will is. So that's how I'd like to respond to your question, Commissioner Hull. And Butch, as a point of clarification, these years that you're showing here, these are fiscal years. These aren't calendar years, I would imagine.
That's correct. That's correct, sir.
So to be clear for everybody watching, when we say 2020, that really ended on June 30th. And so that was a year of 3/4 of a year without COVID and 1 quarter with one. If we were to do FY21 as the next column to your right, it would be drastically lower. So, Butch, am I incorrect with that?
No, you are correct, sir. That's kind of where, if you go back to this slide here, if you look at right now, we're at the 188,000 rides for the year, roughly in the first quarter of the year. So if we went that, so we just did 200,000 rides per quarter, because we're in this particular situation right now, we're talking 800,000 rides this year, not 1.5 million rides this year. Yeah. So that's kind of that's the perspective I see. That's where you're going, but you're correct. This is fiscal year, and this fiscal year of 2021, we're projecting less than 800,000 rides this year. That also impacts that farebox revenue as well. So it really has it's tanked. And if I could offer something, I think what I've heard our commission say tonight is they would like to see us try to continue this. I believe we could try this and continue on. The CARES Act funding is available right now through June 30th of 2021. And with the savings that we're seeing in right now, about 10% on the first quarter, I believe we might be able to manage that through the rest of the year and offset that fares for the last 6 months and still be able to cover our budget with the CARES Act money.
And Butch, just to alleviate any confusion that might be developing, that June 30th of 2021 was specific to the transit allocation from CARES Act only.
That's correct. It's transit money. Yeah, yes, right. So I believe we can make it happen, and I would love to have that opportunity if the body so desires. And I do think, and I agree with you, when you go back and forth between fares and not having fares, it hurts our ridership. It hurts our citizens, and of course, like I pointed out earlier, the folks that are riding today are the most challenged populations we have anyway.
Well,
I think it's. Go ahead, Jesse.
My colleagues are probably well aware, because long before we were colleagues, I've been making noise about wanting us to be fare free. So I'm all about that. If that contributes to the tea leaves at all, I guess I'm still just a little unclear on whether we would have to vote on this for you all to continue it, or if there's generally like a soft consensus tonight, that's enough.
Well, that type of thing, Commissioner Hull, a soft consensus on budgeting is not. The consensus helps us plan for the future. And what I'd like to do, based on what we've heard tonight, is talk with Butch and finance and see what we need to do, and whatever level of approval is required, we'll bring it forward to you with the mayor's permission. And I say, because the mayor sets the agenda. So in the wake of this, we may discuss or have something on the January agenda.
Yeah, so it'd be my intent to, kind of given what I've heard, at least so far, have us construct the quickest, easiest path to a fare-free environment for the rest of the fiscal year.
And so would it be fair to assume that even though our directive said to continue through just the end of this calendar year, we're meeting again on January 5th, it's going to at least stay fare-free through Election Day and that voting meeting on January 5th?
Yes.
Okay. Well, the other kind of deep in the weeds question I wanted to ask you, Director McDuffie, is the stick funds. You mentioned the private transportation that a variety of apartment housing complexes are providing. Is that going to affect our ability, like that overall number of rides that UGA and, it's UGA and Athens Transit combined, but those private rides aren't part of that, right? So if there's ridership down on both systems because more students are getting rides on those private shuttles, could that affect where we land in terms of our application for stick on our overall number?
No, sir. Those rides are all done by private corporations, I'm sure, private entities. They are not part of the National Transit Database reporting, and we've not been able to get any of those numbers from some of those communities.
I'm sorry, my question might have been unclearly worded. I guess I mean, like, the reduction we're seeing in ridership, is UGA also seeing a reduction, and would that have a negative impact on whether we still qualify for as high of a level of stick funds?
If ridership in general goes down on either system, it would affect the numbers that are reported to the NTD. However, the university ridership, now I can't really speak to how that affects them, but most of those apartments are apartments that are served by Athens-Clarke County Transit Services more than university services. I mean, there's a few that go out there, but if you're talking, if you're talking like, the ones that are on Riverbend Parkway or maybe North Avenue or College Station Road, the university services would be less impacted by that. But the bottom line of your question is, if ridership goes down, does it affect stick? And that is true. Yes, it will. And we'll probably see that in the next couple of years, just based upon what happened this year as well. But ridership as a whole goes down. So it's going to be an anomaly for those riderships. But back to your question, if ridership goes down, does stick qualification go down? Yes, it does, regardless of what system it is.
Okay. Well, I guess my parting thought on this agenda item is, that seems to me like an even better argument for being zero fare, is that our ridership is liable to go up again, which helps us with that stick money, which we would kind of become increasingly dependent on. And I guess that relates to when we're constructing a new contract with UGA. I want to echo the remarks by Commissioner Denson that we look for a different metric for how we value these things. I'm a little troubled sometimes that it seems like there's a talk about fare free, as if we're giving something for free that the UGA pays for. But I actually see it as a similar system in that, like, UGA's fare free. They don't have a fare box. People pay fees into the university system and then can ride the bus. And so people in our community and members of the American public pay taxes, and then it's our tax money. We get a return on our investment in our taxes through this public service. And so if we're just looking at ridership as a public service and a public good, and we see that it's attractive to people who aren't dependent on it, when we make it fare free, it seems to me like a win-win, that the people who are most economically vulnerable and need it are not having to pay money to use it, and the people who may not need it will feel more inclined to use it and want to use it and get a better return on their investment in their tax money. So, thanks, y'all.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Jesse. Any parting thoughts before we move on to our final presentation?
I have one parting inquiry. Is there any means for us to collect some revenue from these private shuttles? Do other communities do that? They use our public streets. They pull up to our public sidewalks. We used to have taxis in Athens, and I presume they paid some kind of franchise fee.
No, ma'am, there's not. We actually looked into this when I first started 2 or 3 years ago. They're kind of in a limbo between private taxi services and charter services. So they pay the licensing fees on their vehicles, and they do not charge a fare to their riders. They build it into the rent, but they don't charge a direct fare to their riders. So there's no way for us to do anything with that.
Maybe that's
takes
something
legislation.
we can bring up to our legislators.
Potentially.
All right. Going once, going twice. All right, Butch, thanks a ton for your work, and please bring thanks back to your staff as well.
I will, sir, and thank you all for your comments. We appreciate your help and your guidance.
Thank you, Butch.
All right. We've got one final presentation. Solid Waste Director Suki Jansen is here with Mark Beatty from the Regional Commission to talk about our regional solid waste management plan.
Hey, y'all. How are you doing tonight?
Good, thanks. Good to see you.
Good to see y'all too. All right. Try to make it a good finale for you guys for the meeting. So thanks for having us. We just wanted to kind of give y'all an opportunity to comment. I don't know if y'all remember earlier this year, y'all adopted a resolution to be able to participate in the regional solid waste management plan update. So this is just wanted to give y'all an opportunity to kind of give us some feedback before myself and Suki get together with all the rest of your solid waste staff and Brad Ricard to put together y'all's 10-year solid waste management plan, essentially. So I will share my screen here with y'all and go through the presentation that Miss Cynthia shared with you. All right, so I'll go through this and then we'll just kind of have an open discussion afterwards. I just wanted to go through this to basically give y'all some background information on the Solid Waste Authority in case you aren't familiar with it, and then also to some of the background data that we've gotten and put together for the plan up to this point. So just some background: the Northeast Georgia Regional Solid Waste Management Authority is kind of the group or the board that's behind this regional plan update. And this Solid Waste Management Authority was put together in 1996. It's composed of 10 counties within the region, Athens being the centermost one. And there are 2 representatives from each county that serve on this board. And it's essentially just its purpose is to provide, planning and collaboration on solid waste and recycling initiatives, throughout all the counties. So Patrick Davenport and Suki are the 2 representatives or board members from Athens-Clarke County. And then Brad Ricard, the director of y'all's landfill, is the chairman of the authority. And then the Northeast Georgia Regional Commission, we administer the authority and help with general operations and the quarterly meetings that we do. And so I'm the administrator for the authority. And this update to this plan was Brad Ricard's, mainly his idea about a year and a half ago to kind of get things going and get ahead of the ball as far as planning goes. And so just kind of give you some background, it used to be before, pre-2011, it was a state requirement for all local governments to have a solid waste management plan. It was essentially this same as a comprehensive plan. It had to be updated every 5 years. It had a certain set of required elements that had to be a part of it. And then it had a short-term work program at the end. So in 2011, the state of Georgia changed that requirement and no longer required all local governments to update their plan, and then took away the Georgia Department of Community Affairs responsibility for overseeing that requirement. They just changed a little bit of the language to be, instead of saying you must have a plan, to you may have a plan, essentially. So since 2011, as far as I know, we've kind of reached out and talked to a couple other regional commissions. There hasn't been any updates to anyone's plan throughout the state, and so this is really being proactive as far as solid waste management goes, in regard to everyone else. So that's a good thing. A good thing to be proactive. As y'all know, a lot of inherent benefits come with planning. So the last regional solid waste management plan for Athens was adopted in February 2011, and that was effective with its short-term work program through 2013. So there's kind of been in like a lingo period ever since then. And so as far as Georgia EPD is concerned, that plan is what any private companies would reference if they were going to try to permit a facility or something like that. But since it was outdated, it's been out of date since 2013, it's not really that relevant anymore. So the new, after 2011, the new requirements, if you so choose to update your plan, you just have to have 3 general elements to it, which are right here. You have to provide for the assurance of adequate solid waste handling capability and capacity for at least 10 years. And then you have to enumerate the number of solid waste handling facilities in your area, which is mostly pertaining to, county-owned and county-operated facilities. And then the third requirement is to identify the sites that are not suitable for solid waste handling facilities. And so I'm going to just kind of give you some background on these 3 things before we, open the discussion. I'll start with number 3. One of the things that, is going to be included in each county section is a land suitability analysis. And this basically, our GIS specialists put together this land suitability model, which kind of categorizes the county's land based on where there would be a suitable or unsuitable placement of a solid waste handling facility. You already have your landfill. It already has a pretty long lifespan left in it. So it's not, 100%, I guess, relevant in y'all's case when it comes to municipal solid waste handling facilities, but it helps with, say, if you have any private companies that want to put up a disposal facility or a transfer facility or composting operation or something like that. It kind of serves as the first round of analysis for them to see where that would be possible. And so, just for from general background on these and, what they entail, the unsuitable areas are made up of urban boundaries, so y'all's urban service boundary and the city of Winterville, and then a 10,000 square foot or 10,000 linear foot buffer on the airport. And then the restrictive areas are half-mile boundary from any county or city boundaries, and then wetlands, and then any groundwater recharge areas also. Those would be considered restrictive, which basically just means that you can have a solid waste facility there, which obviously you see there, y'all's landfill is within that area. Basically, if you're within a half mile buffer of another boundary, you have to have permission from the adjoining local government to be able to have a facility there. And then you've got suitable areas, which are places that, as far as state regulations go, are considered suitable for handling solid waste facilities. And just to note, this doesn't take into account any local land use ordinances. So this is, like I said, just kind of like a first pass, kind of like a first comb over for any private companies that come through and try to do any proposals. Second part, we've got the enumeration of facilities. Here are your 4 county facilities that you have. You've got your Athens-Clarke landfill, which you have, there's a typo there on years remaining. You got 44 years left until your estimated fill date for your landfill. So that's great news. That means you don't have to worry about anything necessarily as far as filling up, in the next 10-year scope of this plan. You've got 8,600,000 tons worth of remaining capacity. You get about an annual average ton of 85,000 tons, which is about 50% of y'all's total county generation. So you've got your composting facility there, charm facility for recycling materials, and then your Athens-Clarke Recycling Center, which is essentially a transfer station for recycled materials. Here's kind of a snapshot of the amount of waste that gets generated in Athens-Clarke County. So if you combine industrial, construction and development, and municipal solid waste trash, then you get about 168,500 tons per year. This is a 2019 snapshot. So I feel we weren't quite able to get the full year of 2020 yet from EPD. So I'll probably be able to get that within the next couple of months to include in this plan. Basically what this comes out to is it translates to about 4.2 pounds per person in waste, which is pretty much right on average. The EPA in 2018 said that throughout the country it was about 4.4 pounds per day, which is kind of the average waste per person. So, and then here's a waste stream analysis of that waste that's generated. It's color-coded arrows to show you kind of where your trash goes. Like I said, 50% of it stays in Athens and goes, mostly to the landfill. The red areas there are your municipal solid waste, which is just your general residential, light commercial waste that goes in your trash bin and gets hauled off every week. And then you've got your construction and development waste in blue that goes off to specifically permitted construction and development landfills. And then that 15.7% in industrial waste that goes over to Barrow County. So it's not abnormal. It's pretty much how every county is. A good portion of their trash goes outside of their own county and into others. Just kind of depends on where you're at. Some counties like Jackson County, they send all of, I think 87% of their trash out to other counties. So you guys are kind of right in the middle there. And then just to kind of give you an idea for where you're going to be at in 10 years, based on the state of Georgia's Office of Planning and Budget, you're projected to have a 15% residential population increase by 2031. So, just basically taking that same increase and translating it over to solid waste generation, you're just kind of set to have a 15% increase in annual waste generation. And so that would bring your annual tonnage from 168,000 tons to 193,000 tons. And if that is distributed as evenly as it is now, that would bring the landfill's kind of reception of waste from 85,000 tons a year to about 98,000 a year. So just to kind of give you an idea of where y'all are sitting over the next 10 years. Like I said, y'all's landfill has a long lifespan, so you're not in any sort of dire situation where you need to figure out how you're going to be able to expand your capacity by 2031. So that's good news for y'all. But yeah, just kind of wanted to set that up for you guys for some background information. Basically, what's next for us is we're going to here at the Regional Commission is we're going to finish our background data collection. And then we're setting up work sessions, which this is the first work session for all 10 counties that we've held. So we're going to be setting up work sessions over the next 2 to 3 months to get input and put together a 10-year work program. And then we'll draft the plan and present it to y'all for adoption. And we'll have a public hearing to receive public comment at least 2 weeks before that adoption. So right now, basically, I just want to open it up for you guys to discuss. If you have any questions over any slides, let me know. I can go into a little bit more detail. Also, if you have any sort of solid waste or recycling initiatives that you have in mind that you want to get going, or things that you think we should try to accomplish over the next 10 years, here's your time to say it.
Good, Melissa.
Yeah. First of all, I'm flabbergasted that it's no longer a requirement to have these solid waste long-term plans. Do you know why that's what happened that made the legislature decide that this wasn't necessary?
The only thing I can guess is that maybe they assumed that it was too cumbersome for local governments to keep up with every 5 years. That's just a best guess. I'm not sure exactly why they decided to do that. But yeah, essentially, what used to happen was almost exactly like a comprehensive plan. The Georgia Department of Community Affairs was overseeing the requirement for that update. And then you had to also do annual reporting to them. And so what they did in 2011 with that State Bill 157 was they, like I said, changed that must language to may. And then they took DCA's responsibility off of their plate. And so now with the,
Go ahead.
Now basically whenever you do your adoption, you only have to go through EPD to get it finally approved and reviewed.
I'm also curious as to why land near the airport is considered, or a pretty large circumference of area near the airport is not considered suitable. Considering that, airport areas you can't really develop much in them anyways, at least not densely because of the danger of flights. It seems to me like that might be an ideal place for a landfill because you don't have people there that might get hit by a falling plane. You
I
even need
think
to do that.
I think the reason for that is the birds. Yeah, so landfills are a big attractor for vultures, and that causes a flight hazard, especially for small planes.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yep.
Thank you.
Others?
And commissioners and mayor, just to let you know, we're working with Envision Athens also this year. So we're trying to make this management plan dovetail with Envision Athens, what our goal is for and with Envision Athens. So we have a lot going on as far as planning in the solid waste department for the next 6 months.
Mark, I had something in mind that Suki's heard from me before in our conversations with our partners in Oglethorpe County. As you know, currently municipal solid waste comes from Oglethorpe to Clarke County, and construction and demolition waste goes from Clarke to Oglethorpe. And I have a great desire to see expanded recycling of C&D materials. New Hanover County in North Carolina is a model where there's type separation of C&D materials. So you have concrete and brick and metal and treated lumber and untreated lumber. Drywall as well, I think, is material that they recycle. And so I'd be interested in the prospect of multi-county recycling of C&D material if there were other counties interested in that.
Okay, yeah, no, I've spoken with Oglethorpe a little bit. Josh Hawkins brought up how he would like to see more recycled activity or recycling activities taking place at their C&D landfill. They would just have to, basically find the people and I guess find the funding, to be able to support that an initiative like that. And then also too, I haven't had the work session with them, but they're in the process of doing some expansions to their C&D landfill because their permit and I think life expectancy was set to expire this year. So they're looking to do some vertical and horizontal expansion, and they're working with the engineers right now on their application for that. But I'll be sure to bring up that idea, at their work session. It'll be next month.
Thanks, Mark. It'd be great if it could be a financial win-win. So.
And Mark, can you, and when you speak to them or speak to that, I think there are some private entities that would want to partner on that we've heard from in the last few months.
Okay. If you could, Suki, give me an idea of what type of construction materials that are most suitable for recycling, and kind of what make the most sense financially to do so. That way I'll be able to kind of present that to them and let them know kind of what's the most attractive or what's the best existing pathway for that.
Can do.
All right.
Anyone else?
Ever the eager beaver, I have a couple questions here. So I remember when I did that tour, which was fantastic, by the way, and anyone who's still up at 10 o'clock watching this, touring the solid waste facilities is a fantastic experience. Would recommend. I believe leachate was what you were talking about, Suki, and incoming environmental regulations that might change how we can process that and might lead to closures or have effects on timelines. I was just wondering if you could elaborate on, when we're talking about these timelines, is that factoring in what might happen with these leachate regulations?
We're kind of waiting to see, Jesse, we have our 5-year plan has been submitted to EPD. And so we have not heard back from them officially. We could hear back from them any moment. And we're hoping that we do hear back so that we can make plans accordingly in this management plan when it comes to leachate. Right now, we do circulate leachate, but we have a 5-year plan review in front of EPD right now. We turned in last year and are still awaiting comment.
Okay, thanks. And I was curious if y'all have an idea of the percent of material in our landfill that is single-use plastics. This body has kind of ebbed and flowed in discussion about what to do with that, but in my mind, it's a lot. I guess I'm curious if you all happen to know.
I don't single-use plastics. I don't know, but I could get it for you. We could get an estimate. The unfortunate thing, the last time we did a solid waste characterization study in the state of Georgia was about 2005. So all of our information is really outdated. Along with taking away plans, they also pretty much, the state took away the entire Department of Community Affairs Office of Environmental Management, which did waste characterization studies and required these plans. So we don't have a lot of reporting requirements for the state, and that means we have data holes and lack of information. So, but I can find out from other states, they've done waste characterization studies, and I can go back to that 2005. The bad thing, Jesse, back in 2005, we weren't using as much single-use plastic, but certainly we'd have that data and we could send that to you. And I can see if our recycling division staff has any from other states that would have similar waste streams.
Okay. Yeah, that would be awesome because, we talk about reducing the landfill and recycling's fantastic, but there's all kinds of single-use plastics that are too dirty to recycle. There's all kinds of materials that can't be recycled even if they were sparkling clean. And a lot of that stuff breaks down and gets in our waterways and such too. But, when Mr. Beatty was talking about 44 years, nothing seems dire. 44 years sounds pretty dire to me. That's if I'm lucky to have a kid sometime in the next couple years, by the time they're my age, we don't really know where their trash is going to go. And it's got to go somewhere. So I think when we're thinking about waste streams, thinking about how to maybe turn that 44 years into much longer by reducing waste overall is, I think, a really important thing for this body to do and for the regional association to do. I was curious, is this plan the only kind of master plan we do, or do we have a separate local within Clarke County solid waste master planning process?
We don't have a master planning process, but we're going to be doing that with the strategic plan, Jesse, that all departments will be doing. We've had this management plan in the past up until 2013. We also have goals that we have set through the Solid Waste Task Force. And then lastly, we have the Solid Waste Citizen Advisory that have had some goals and objectives in the past as well. But this year is our year for strategic plan, and then also Envision Athens. We'll be working with Envision Athens. Their citizen input wanted us to do greater waste diversion and extend the percentage that we divert from the landfill given a certain time period. And we'll be working with Envision to get input from the community and get other partners involved on making that happen. So we got lots of planning. That's what Commissioner I was referring to. We got Envision, strategic plans, and then this management plan. I think it'll be great to do it kind of all at the same time. So we are making sense of all this and getting it in the right order. And then looking at opportunities beyond our boundaries with this first set of plans, looking in two other counties to see where we might be able to partner.
Okay. And so could you share, as I try to wrap my head around these plans and how they intersect, where would be the best point for us to talk about service area and like where Clarke County's services versus private haulers are serving?
Collections. You mean the collection service area?
Yeah, collection service. Yeah.
That would be more of our strategic plan, which this plan is higher, kind of pie in the sky, larger objectives that you guys might give to us, and Envision Athens more community based, and then getting into our strategic plan, getting into the kind of more nitty gritty of our department, which that's where I would see the urban service district versus general service district collection and hauling plans come into play.
Okay. Well, my parting thought on this then, on the big picture, kind of echoing Mayor Gertz with things to talk with our neighbors about, in addition to recycling, also encouraging composting. I mean, that's really a zero waste thing, and it's kind of the most harmful thing when we're talking about climate change. And so the more that we can build out composting programs on the municipal and county level and just educate residents on composting, which can also be beneficial for people who like to do their own small scale agriculture. And also we've got these really cool dehydrators that I've learned about in one of our wastewater treatment plants. And to the degree that we can share with neighbors that's something we're doing. So when we're talking about dealing with these leachate issues and just the overall quantity of waste in the landfill. That seems to me like a pretty important component that it would be great to share with our neighbors about.
Thanks for those comments. And I'll just add to what Suki was talking about too, about those plans and kind of where this fits in. Just kind of let you know the general structure. This plan in particular is a little bit bigger picture than the nitty gritty of where your service boundary is going to be for the local collection service. But each county in this plan will have its own specific section. It won't all be at the regional scale. So each of the required components of the plan are going to be county-based, and they're in each chapter. So Athens-Clarke will have its own specific chapter and work program to go through. And like I said earlier too, the Solid Waste Authority has quarterly meetings, most of which have been postponed this year because of COVID. But next year, or kind of following on, having a conversation or a topic at one of our meetings covering what you were just talking about with the dehydrator at this water treatment plants would be a perfect, kind of training session for everyone, because we can get all 10 counties in here to hear about it, and get them to go back to their home counties and see about the possibility for an initiative like that.
Awesome. Yeah. And I think it dovetails really well with the composting, because it's all like, how do we deal with this human waste? And I know, and I'm sure I'm not the only person in Georgia, in the Northeast regional area of Georgia, doesn't really think of what we flush down the toilet as part of what fills up our landfill, but it very much is. And so, I really appreciate what y'all do. Thanks a lot for this.
Yeah. And just I'll piggyback on that. We just got, EPD just released their new guidelines for biosolids, Commissioner, that you're speaking of, the dewatering devices. And our Public Utilities Department, they've changed it, made it even more restrictive for biosolids. So that's something probably that Public Utilities will be coming forward to speak to you all about if these guidelines take effect, which they'll be going up to the Department of Natural Resources next month, which makes it really difficult to manage biosolids. The potential is there to make it more difficult to manage biosolids. So us composting as much as we can, the biosolids, will be positive for public utilities, and maybe even look at doing some more of that.
Tim.
Thank you. Appreciate this, y'all. And I'm excited that we're doing this. And just two things. One, definitely seconding Commissioner Huell on the composting. I would like us to see set ambitious composting goals, and especially the fact that this is going to be hopefully adopted by all the counties via resolution to set some goals for the other counties in our surrounding areas. And then the other thing would be setting an ambitious goal on just reduction of not only single-use plastics, but like packaging waste, those kind of things. Whatever we can possibly put in place to think about, whether that's purchasing by public entities, what they're buying, policies being put in place to purchase things that have less packaging come along with them, especially styrofoam and single-use plastics. But when we're thinking 10 years from now, what we're hopefully going to see a lot less use of those kind of plastics and styrofoam, and just complete unnecessary waste that people use every day, whether it's from the grocery store or from construction debris, whatever it's going to be. So I would like those goals to be pushing the bar and be a bit ambitious with both of those things.
Yeah, good point. And two, I don't know, if y'all aren't already aware of this, but coming up with policies, if y'all were to choose to do that, coming up with policies to limit or target specific technologies to reduce single-use plastics. There is an industrial company that just located to Athens within the past couple of years called RWDC Industries from Singapore. And I mean, their sole purpose is they've put together technology to make single-use plastic alternatives that are made from used cooking oil. And apparently they have a higher biodegradability component than regular plastics. So, it's a good, exciting thing to look forward to, and it's housed in Athens, so it's a good thing.
Got about 100 people employed up on Voiles Road at really good wages.
Yeah.
All right. Anyone else with ambitions? All right. Thanks, everybody, for hanging on tight. I hope you find some food or beverage to your liking for the rest of the evening or a comfortable pillow. Wish you all well, and we will see you here to talk SPLOST on Thursday for a good time. Good night, y'all.
Good night.
Good night.